Chapter 2901. You sure are courageous. I, the heavenly ape, like you very much. You've never met me before, but can you guess who I am? The divine emperor's voice was forceful. Although he was speaking in a friendly tone, it was still domineering. Every word he uttered was filled with overwhelming pressure. Long Chen thought about it for a moment. It was true that he had never come into contact with the heavenly ape deity emperor, and that he had nothing to do with this ultimate deity emperor. But when he thought about it, it seemed that he had sensed the deity emperor's presence before. Suddenly, an answer came to him. The heavenly ape deity emperor must be the master of the king-class battlefield. The divine emperor smiled. That's right. You're smart. The king-grade god-fiend battlefield looked like a towering pillar that could take the form of a staff. The divine emperor must have been on the divine emperor ranking to be able to wield an eternal grade fortune artifact, and he should have ranked above the blissful divine emperor. The fact that a divine emperor could wield an eternal grade fortune artifact was the same as the fact that Long Chen and the other divine kings could wield chaotic grade fortune artifacts. There were very, very few of them. Even among the divine kings, only the top 10 of the divine king ranking possessed chaotic grade infinite divine techniques or fortune artifacts. There were no more than 100 of them in the entire universe. This showed that the divine emperor should still be one of the rulers of the king-level battlefield. Long Chen naturally admired such a powerful figure. Di Jun has the eternal grade eternal opal, which is a chaotic treasure. So he should be weaker than the divine emperor? Long Chen guessed. The king-level battlefield had a divine king ranking, but there was no divine emperor ranking on the surface of the king-level battlefield. The fourth floor, the realm of Golden River, is all set up. All that's left is for you. Come with me. The divine emperor cut to the chase and led the way. The battle was already on the verge of breaking out the moment Long Chen arrived. All the divine emperors had been waiting for Long Chen. Here, even the Darkstar Emperor, Donghua Emperor, and so on were insignificant figures, only fit to fight on the 4th and 5th floors. The heavenly ape deity emperor was very impatient. He directly took action, grabbing Long Chen with one hand and the Darkstar deity emperor with the other. He rushed into the battlefield and immediately felt like the stars had shifted. The stars before him changed, and the winds whistled. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen felt like he had already passed through the first 3 floors and arrived at the 4th floor of the battlefield. The realm of Golden River. We're here. The heavenly ape divine emperor released Long Chen and the Darkstar divine emperor. Before the heavenly ape divine emperor, the two of them were as puny as birds. When he saw the realm of Golden River clearly, Long Chen finally understood why it was called that. In front of him was a boundless starry sky. Although this was the first layer of the god-fiend battlefield, it was also a boundless world. One could not see the end of it at a glance. It was much larger than the first layer of the god-fiend battlefield. The space on this floor should be the space of the 200 floors of the battlefield combined. In the endless starry sky, there were naturally countless stars. There were hundreds of stars like the divine demon heavenly star, but there were even more tiny, fragmentary stars. More importantly, all the stars were golden. Pure gold. There were millions of fragmentary stars in front of him, all golden and shining. As a result, what appeared before Long Chen was a golden river of stars, extremely dazzling and surging. This was the realm of Golden River, the battlefield of Golden River. The battlefield of Golden River was only the 4th floor of the battlefield of divine emperors. The vastness of the battlefield of Golden River made Long Chen look forward to the bridge of Tai on the 10th floor. In the center of the Golden River is the battlefield of Golden River. Let's go. The heavenly ape deity emperor growled and shot forward. He moved very quickly, such that Long Chen and the Darkstar Emperor had to use everything they had to chase after him. Moreover, the heavenly ape deity emperor constantly increased his speed, turning into a speck before them in the blink of an eye. This had basically surpassed the limits of Long Chen and the Darkstar Emperor, so they could only chase after him with everything they had. A streak of dark starlight and a blood-red figure. To the Dark Star Emperor's surprise, Long Chen's speed was actually on par with his. Although he could go a little faster, it was a miracle that Long Chen could reach this level. When they pushed themselves to the limit, they barely caught up to the Divine Emperor, but they were not completely shaken off. "You're too slow," the Divine Emperor said with some dissatisfaction. However, Long Chen knew that he definitely did not feel that way. He might even be surprised by his speed. After all, he wanted to test himself. But that was not important. Long Chen had already entered the golden river of stars. Everywhere was resplendent gold. Every single huge star seemed to be completely forged from gold, shining brightly. Passing through the golden light, Long Chen suddenly saw a continent up ahead. A golden continent. This was the center of the realm of Golden River. This golden continent was the fourth floor of the battlefield of the Golden River. Although the continent was not as large as the Eternal Divine Realm, it was actually half the size of the Dragon God Realm. Half the Dragon God Realm could house hundreds of millions of lives, but here, it was only a battlefield for 2 Divine Emperors. Fighting here could minimize the damage the Divine Emperors could cause to the world. Today, you are the protagonist of the battlefield of the Golden River. The Heavenly Ape Deity Emperor stopped in his tracks. Under the illumination of the countless golden stars, his hair had turned into a dazzling golden color. The golden continent in front of him was incomparably heavy, exuding an aura of extreme majesty. It looked even more solid than the Mount Buzhou. Clearly, a complete Divine Emperor was nowhere close to being able to destroy the battlefield of the Golden River. You can fight without worry. Among the Divine Emperors present, only a few dozen can destroy the battlefield of the Golden River. You're nowhere near qualified. The Divine Emperor said bluntly. The Divine Emperors present, Long Chen could feel that the 3,000 Divine Emperors had already arrived. They were on the surrounding 3,000 golden stars, and when Long Chen arrived, he was already in their sights. "Go," the Heavenly Ape Deity Emperor urged. Long Chen did not hesitate. He flew alone toward the Golden Continent, the battlefield of the Golden River. Unrivaled Empyrean had not yet appeared on the battlefield of the Golden River. It seemed that he would have to fight first. The fact that this battle was arranged on the battlefield of the Golden River instead of the other 3 was enough to show how much importance they were placed on them. This battle had attracted the attention of all the Divine Emperors. The 3,000 Divine Emperors were among the 3,000 golden stars, and every one of them was looking at Long Chen with scrutinizing eyes, giving Long Chen immense pressure. Among the 3,000 Divine Emperors, there were hundreds of ultimate Divine Emperors like the Tushan Divine Emperor and the Skirich Divine Emperor. They came from all over the world. They came from all directions. Since they were here to challenge their limits, then every Divine Emperor was naturally a formidable figure. Their gazes made Long Chen feel as if he was a lamb walking into a pack of 3,000 wolves. The gazes of those hungry wolves could crush Long Chen. Clearly, the pressure of their Divine Emperors was a test for Long Chen. If he could not make it to the battlefield of the Golden River, then he would not be qualified to challenge the number 1 on the God King ranking. Therefore, every Divine Emperor put in more effort. Looking up, the 3,000 golden stars seemed to be pressing down on Long Chen's head. The divine might was overwhelming. If it were any other ultimate God King, such as Ling Luo, they would have been knocked unconscious under the gaze of so many Divine Emperors. However, for Long Chen, he had forgotten who they were. If he only considered strength, he was actually a wolf, not a lamb in a pack of wolves. In fact, he was even stronger than some of the wolves in the pack. After all, among the 3,000 Divine Emperors, nearly 2,000 were Primordial Realm Divine Emperors. Clearly, some of them were not Long Chen's match. The ones who were truly a threat to Long Chen were the ultimate God Emperors and some of the perfected God Emperors. Among them, there were a few gazes that Long Chen could tell. He looked up and indeed, on one of the stars stood 6 identical Divine Emperors. They were the eternal celestial race. At this moment, their faces were filled with murderous intent. Only one of them held a white token facing Long Chen. In the middle of the token was the word, "Kill." The word kill was a mental attack. They were naturally telling Long Chen that he would not be able to escape today. Under the divine might of the divine emperors, Long Chen turned a deaf ear to them. He turned into a bloody shadow and passed through the golden waves, stepping onto the golden continent for the first time. The entire world was dazzling gold. There was not a speck of dust beneath his feet, only hard metal. When he looked up, he could see countless golden stars. Stepping onto the Golden River battlefield, Long Chen's blood suddenly boiled. This was the battlefield of countless divine emperors, where many glorious existences had been born. Today, Long Chen was here, about to engage in his most crucial battle. Unrivaled Empyrean had not arrived yet. The fact that he could reach the Golden River battlefield meant that the suppression of the 3,000 divine emperors was useless. This undoubtedly made the divine emperors no longer look down on Long Chen. Long Chen saw some familiar faces, such as High Bliss Divine Emperor, Tushan Divine Emperor, Skirich Divine Emperor, Emperor E Divine Emperor, and other god emperors who had been to the king-level god-fiend battlefield. There was also Xing Wuji, Ji Taishu, and others. And that alluring, familiar aura, Mo Sang was definitely here. The divine emperors were extremely quiet. Where is unrivaled Empyrean? The heavenly ape divine emperor's voice rang out, echoing throughout the realm of Golden River. But there was no response. Unrivaled Empyrean had not arrived yet. He was probably busy with something important. But right at this moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded out. She said, "Everyone, don't be in such a hurry to have them fight. I have to confirm some small things." Of course, it's with Long Chen. Long Chen instantly locked on to her position. Mo sang. This voice had the unique cold charm of a woman of the 9 ancestor realm. Although cold, it was bone-numbing. Ling Luo was fine, but Mo Sang's voice was vivid. She was on one of the golden stars. In her divine kingdom, Li Xuanji was there. Long Chen had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, but he had never been so close to her. And now, her heart was racing, and her eyes were wet. Long Chen could feel her heartbeat, Mo sang. Hearing this voice, everyone was puzzled. Chapter 2902. They had not seen each other for many years. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the 3,000 divine emperors of the myriad realms, they were so close to each other. Their yearning for each other after decades of separation erupted at this moment, but there was still Mo Sang standing between them. A god who had come back to life. Long Chen trembled. He stood on the golden continent and looked up at one of the golden stars. At this moment, on the golden star, a woman in black was descending in his direction. She was Mo Sang. She must have cultivated for tens of millions of years, but she still maintained the appearance of a young girl. In terms of appearance, she was naturally stunning. More importantly, she had the temperament of a deity emperor, noble and proud. She had a pair of dark green eyes like Li Xuanji's, cold yet charming, and captivating. Her figure was dignified and inviolable, like a black lotus. Although beautiful, it made people stay away from her. She had been killed, and now she was reborn. Thousands of years of dormancy and torture had changed her character. Perhaps she used to be unruly and willful, but now there was a trace of hostility hidden in the depths of her eyes, and that was the most terrifying thing about her. In any case, time could not be reversed. She, Mo Sang, was no longer young. Whoosh, a cold and gloomy aura blew over. This was a noble and proud woman, dressed in elegant and luxurious clothes, all made of the treasures of the chaos. Not only were they precious, but they were also beautiful, sparkling, and even the battlefield of the Golden River could not hide her brilliance. She landed in front of Long Chen, squinting at Long Chen, and there was an unknown light in her eyes. Long Chen, at this time, the most nervous person was undoubtedly Li Xuanji in her divine kingdom. Her heart was trembling, and she was having difficulty breathing. She was already a part of Long Chen's body, and Long Chen could feel her nervousness and trembling, especially when they were so close. Mo Sang, what do you want to do? If there's nothing else, don't interfere with today's show. The heavy and dignified voice of the heavenly ape Divine Emperor was heard. He was an expert on the Divine Emperor list, and he was ordered by the Tianyu Alliance to bear full responsibility for today's battle. Don't worry. Celestial Empress Mo Sang's voice was cold. She looked at Long Chen from head to toe and suddenly laughed softly. Everyone, if I say that I have seen him before, and it was before he became a god, would you believe me? The god emperors were stunned by her words. As expected, she wanted to create trouble for him. Mo Sang laughed delicately. That's right. It's the world I hid in after I was killed. I know him, and I also know that before I returned to the Nine Yin Ancestor realm, this little fellow had not become a god. But today, he already has the qualifications to fight in the Golden River battlefield. This has only been a few decades. As she spoke, her cold eyes never left Long Chen. As expected, these words caused a huge uproar. He is not a disciple of Donghua Divine Emperor. If it was really as Mose had said, then it would be too terrifying. In just a few decades, he had reached his current realm from not having become a god. It was simply a miracle, an unprecedented miracle. Of course, you can also think of it as nonsense. Suddenly, Mo Sang's tone changed, and she said casually. According to what you said, there is an unprecedented genius in the myriad realms. No wonder he can make it to second place on the Divine King list. The heavenly ape Divine Emperor was very curious, but he still said, Mo Sang, no matter what, don't affect the battle. Let Invincible Divine Emperor go first. Mo Sang laughed delicately and said, of course I won't affect him, but I need to stop him first. Because my disciple who saved me from that wretched place misses him very much. In truth, if Long Chen was really so heaven-defying, after his battle with Invincible Divine Emperor, there would be more experts who would want to know more about him, and even try to rope him in. Perhaps it would add another Divine Venerable expert to their side in the future. But Mo Sang had made her move. When Long Chen heard what Ling Luo said about Mo Sang, he expected that when he met Mo Sang and wanted to take Li Xuanji away, the first thing Mo Sang would do would be to kill him, an audacious nobody. How could she let Long Chen take away the disciple she had painstakingly cultivated? However, when he stood on the battlefield of the Golden River, something seemed to have changed. Mo Sang did not directly scold or kill him. Instead, her attitude was ambiguous, especially when she said those words. Long Chen and Li Xuanji did not expect it. Long Chen did not expect that in the next moment, a tall woman with similar height and temperament to Mo Sang would appear next to Mo Sang. Her hair and eyes were as black as ink. Her eyes were cold, and her lips were cold. She wore a black dress and a black veil. They hadn't seen each other for many years, but she was still as indifferent as ever. However, when she saw Long Chen, her eyes instantly reddened. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't help but burst into tears. This time, when they looked at each other, it was as if time had been frozen at this moment, so long and distant. For Long Chen, the missing part of his heart had finally appeared. She was his Yin demon and also his inner demon. From their encounter in the starry demon prison ancient coffin, to the bloodshed in the supreme shadow realm, to the pursuit in the eternal god territory, she was a part of his life, but she was always out of his sight. When he saw her, time stopped, and everything disappeared. She did not know when, but Long Chen had already hugged her. It was still that familiar body temperature, cold but incomparably warm. His hands were filled with her heartbeat. She, who rarely cried in Long Chen's eyes, could not bear it anymore. All these years, under Mo Sang's oppression, she had suffered a lot, but she still did not make a sound. But there was always a limit to how strong she could be. Then, the impossible happened. Long Chen appeared on the fiend god Buzhou mountain. At that moment, she really broke down. She had wanted to endure like this for the rest of her life, but he appeared again. Her heart was in chaos again, and it was so chaotic that it could not be controlled. Those suppressed thoughts exploded out, drowning her everything. As she was hugged by him, she felt as if her life was melting. She did not ask for too much. This was enough. My dear disciple, you can't forget your master who treats you the best just because you have a lover. All of a sudden, Mo Sang appeared next to Li Xuanji. She grabbed Li Xuanji's hand and pulled hard. Li Xuanji frantically broke away from Long Chen's embrace and returned to Mo Sang's side. Long Chen was too immersed, otherwise, he would not have been pulled back so easily. Mo Sang's action had indeed made him very distracted before the battle. It was only when Li Xuanji left again that he came back to his senses. What he was facing now was still the most serious situation. Young man, us old fellows know that the two of you have deep feelings for each other, but don't be so intimate in public. Now that you've reunited, there's a chance. Long Chen, don't forget that you still have to fight unrivaled celestial god. Don't let your feelings affect the challenge. When you return victorious, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to reunite. With that, she brought Li Xuanji into the God Kingdom. Don't worry. Long Chen said these two words to Li Xuanji. In fact, he now understood, this woman seems to want to rope me in. By tying Xuanji to me, she might be able to make me work for her in the future to satisfy her vanity. This is a good plan. But at least he was not afraid. After all, Mo Sang did not attack him immediately. He was not very afraid of Mo Sang now, but he still had to worry about the 9 Ancestor realm people behind God Emperor Mo Sang. This was even better. As long as he could reunite with Li Xuanji, Long Chen would have plenty of opportunities to leave this place. After all, he was still in Mount Buzhou, and his main purpose was to find Li Xuanji. When God Emperor Mo Sang found out that Li Xuanji had been taken away without anyone knowing, he would let her cry all she wanted. Focus on the battle. When you win, there will be plenty of opportunities to be intimate. Mo Sang chuckled and said no more. Her long dress danced as she flew towards one of the stars and returned to the golden star. Seeing this scene, the God Emperors understood. This Mo Sang's plan is really good. With this honey trap, Long Chen will definitely return to the 9 Ancestor realm with her disciple. Mo Sang is the disciple of the heavenly Nether ruler. This way, Long Chen will be related to the heavenly Nether ruler. He only used a little girl to tie up a genius, and it was as easy as blowing off dust. It's truly enviable. Don't think too much about it. Whether or not he is really a genius, we can only know after today's battle. While the God Emperors were discussing, suddenly, a soft sound was heard. A figure came from afar and gradually landed on the Golden River battlefield where Long Chen was. However, the Golden River battlefield was huge, and he was very far away, so it was difficult to see him clearly. But at this time, he heard his voice. This person's voice was very gentle and elegant. He said, "Dear God Emperors, I am really sorry. I was slightly delayed because of some small matters. I am really sorry to have kept you waiting." Hearing this, Long Chen knew that this person must be unparalleled god. To be ranked first on the king god list, to be the #1 god king in the myriad realms, to be able to challenge a perfect god emperor, what kind of person would he be? Like Xing Wuji with endless battle intent, like Ji Taishu with the divine aura of an emperor. None of them. When the youth finally appeared in front of Long Chen discovered that he looked ordinary and was dressed like an ordinary scholar. His long hair was tied up in a bun, and he wore a loose blue and white robe with short black boots on his feet. His face was delicate, his eyes pure, and his face was filled with a gentle and refined smile. He gave off a feeling of a spring breeze. This must be Long Chen. I am unparalleled god. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. Unparalleled god bowed. Perhaps, the more powerful one was, the more ordinary they were. No problem. Of course, Long Chen did not care about the time. He was sizing up unparalleled god, and unparalleled god was sizing him up. This time, he did not know anything about unparalleled god, so he did not know anything about unparalleled god. Chapter 2903. Invincible Heavenly God had yet to break through to the God Emperor realm. His true realm was the ultimate god realm of Taisha god realm. Long Chen's true realm was only that of a primordial god king. Even the god emperors found it hard to believe that a primordial god king could be this powerful. Long Chen's blood boiled as he faced the number one on the god king ranking. He had been slightly affected by Mo's and Li Xuanji, but after Invincible Heavenly God's appearance, he had regained his senses. He knew that the most important thing to do today was to defeat the most formidable opponent he had so far. 3,000 god emperors were watching eagerly. Even the myriad realms were paying attention to this battle, wondering who would be the new number one god king. Would it be Invincible Heavenly God, the son of Heavenly God Luya, who had defied the heavens since he was a child, or would it be the new god who had appeared out of nowhere? Especially in the 5 major heavens. Perhaps even the supreme deities would be paying attention to the outcome of this battle. This showed how grand this battle was. The Golden River battlefield is their battlefield. Don't go anywhere else. Let's start now. Don't dawdle. The heavenly ape deity emperor's voice caused the golden continent to shake. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling, Long Chen and Invincible Heavenly God stared at each other. Invincible Heavenly God, who had been amiable before, put away his smile and became very serious. The battle was about to start. Just then, Invincible Heavenly God said, "Long Chen, I'd like to change the format. How about this, we attack each other once. Whoever is more injured or unable to withstand the attack loses. What do you think?" This was out of Long Chen's expectations, and also out of the God Emperor's expectations. Long Chen had imagined Invincible Heavenly God to be an extreme martial arts prodigy, like Ji Taishu, who could not be bothered with him. He did not expect Invincible Heavenly God to propose such a battle. "In short, we'll decide the winner with one move," Invincible Heavenly God added. Long Chen did not know what Invincible Heavenly God was up to. Normally, his opponent would be discussing the bet at this moment, but Invincible Heavenly God did not want to bet. Invincible Heavenly God continued when he saw Long Chen did not respond, "The real winner will be decided with one move. I'm only half a step away from the God Emperor realm. Now I'm only half a step away from the God Emperor realm. If you attack me in your peak condition, I may become the God Emperor realm. That is the ultimate goal of our battle. I think you too, I to you." He didn't want Long Chen to suffer any losses during the battle. Instead, he wanted to directly decide the outcome of the battle, or even kill him. At this point, the celestial emperors finally understood what unrivaled Empyrean was trying to say. This was, of course, a bold and heroic move. If they were to fight to the death, there would be a lot of suspense. However, deciding the outcome of the battle with a single move was exciting and thrilling. Emperor realm Long Chen Emperor but to Emperor. Emperor. Long to Chen Long Emperor to this, he was to God. Emperor to this. To. Was. Then we'll do as you say. We'll decide the winner with one move. He challenged the Godly King ranking board and exchanged blows with these heaven-defying Godly Kings, growing through the exchanges. If an unrivaled heavenly deity could instantly unleash his strongest killing intent, it would definitely be thrilling and exciting. Courageous people would face difficulties head-on. His words meant that he agreed to it. The emperors could not help but discuss, their voices booming. They did not expect this to happen. After a few words, they stopped talking and watched the performance of Long Chen and Invincible Heavenly God with great anticipation. Invincible Heavenly God was a man of excellent character and strength. He was famous for being a good person, but he was also famous for being terrifying. He rarely fought, but when he did, his opponents would end up in a miserable state due to his terrifying strength. After Long Chen agreed, Invincible Heavenly God nodded. He said, "I have some understanding of you now. For the sake of fairness, I'll show you a little. I only cultivate one rule, and it's called God Slayer. Us celestial gods have the ultimate rule to slay gods and demons. God Slayer. Who would have thought that it was actually a rule? Actually, it was somewhat similar to slaughter, but it was indeed of a higher level. It was an extreme form of slaughter, and it was a rule that had been created specifically to slay gods. With this rule, all other gods had simply become prey for the celestial god clan. No wonder heavenly god Luya was so strong. After all gods and demons in the infinite realms were their prey. Of course, they were also members of the celestial gods. Rumor has it that you have the divine sword demon tower, and the divine sword in it is the god slayer sword. This means that we're fated. Invincible heavenly god was neither anxious nor angry. He showed respect for Long Chen as an opponent. Just as he said this, a small knife suddenly appeared in his hand. It only had a blade and no handle, and it was only about 10 centimeters long. It was a terrifying, flying knife. Silver, bright and clean. With just a slight flicker, the light simply pierced through the heart of the laws, bringing a fatal chill to Long Chen. It could be seen that although this flying knife looked simple, it was definitely a great killing weapon. It had even killed countless gods and demons in the past. Therefore, invincible heavenly god was really a strange person. Let's fight. Since it was going to be decided in one move, the celestial kings naturally did not want to miss this tense move. It had been a long time since they had seen invincible heavenly god force himself to such an extreme state. It was obvious that he valued Long Chen as a challenger. This was because among the celestial kings, apart from Infinite Xing, no one had ever dared to challenge him. Their figures moved rapidly on the Golden River battlefield, turning into white and red shadows. They were so fast that the celestial kings could not even see where they were. At this moment, it was a critical moment. While invincible heavenly god was moving forward at high speed, he suddenly released the god slayer flying knife, piercing towards Long Chen. This was an unprecedented flying knife. The principle of the attack was similar to Tian Yi's sunset god arrow, but the power and the lethality were at least several times that of Tian Yi's. The god slayer flying knife cut through the sky. From beginning to end, there was only one rule, and that was god slayer. Under this rule, as long as it was a god or a demon, as long as it was pierced by this flying knife, it would definitely die. This was a move that could not be dodged at all. The moment the god slayer flying knife flew out, Long Chen had a feeling that if Infinite Xing, in his decapitated state, took this flying knife head-on, the result would probably be a one-hit kill. This showed how terrifying invincible heavenly god's god slayer rule and this semi-eternal destiny divine weapon were. As expected of the number one celestial king of the infinite realms. However, Long Chen was not fighting Infinite Xing. At that time, his cultivation base had increased greatly, and he had rushed to the celestial king realm. All of his rules had actually surpassed the god slayer rule. In his left hand was the demon suppression pagoda, and in his right was the god slayer sword. Instead of retreating, Long Chen advanced. In front of him was a dazzling light. It was death in everyone's eyes, but it was his new life. Kill. Chapter 2904. Buzz. Under the astonished gazes of the divine emperors, the demon-subduing pagoda in Long Chen's left hand first flew out while rotating. Of course, it didn't block the god-killing flying saber, but it was above it. It didn't block the trajectory of the god-killing flying saber at all. The spinning demon-subduing pagoda released a deafening roar. A blood-colored formation suddenly appeared at the bottom of the pagoda. 8 blood-colored divine dragons formed 2 ancient characters. This was the extermination dragon seal. It was also the first time Long Chen used the extermination dragon seal after reaching the God-King realm. Long Chen's laws were supreme laws in the first place and stood above everything else. With the support of sufficient divine power, the lethality of the eruption simply multiplied. The current extermination dragon seal was not much weaker than the god-slaying flying dagger in terms of lethality and aura. Both of them were based on massacre rules. The unparalleled heavenly gods was strange and cold, while the Long Chen's was bloody and violent. Of course, the god emperors saw the god-slaying flying dagger. They had a better understanding of the god-slaying rules. Initially, they thought that Long Chen would block the god-slaying flying dagger. However, Long Chen chose to block the god-slaying flying dagger head-on. At the same time, of course, unrivaled celestial god also blocked the annihilation dragon seal head-on. Of course, it did not mean that Long Chen could only use one rule. His left and right hands moved at the same time and exploded in an instant. When the demon subduing pagoda in his left hand was thrown out, he immediately held the god-slaying sword with both hands and slashed out. The increase in his divine power was accompanied by the growth of the rule. This sword absorbed a large amount of the power of time in the surroundings and condensed it on the god-slaying sword. This caused the god-slaying sword to lose its killing intent and become mysterious and mystical. Time was so dazzling. Long Chen lashed out with his sword. Time coalesced into a single sword that charged at unrivaled god from behind the demon imprisonment tower. The celestial emperors thought that Long Chen was going to block the god-slaying flying dagger. Little did they expect that Long Chen had no intention of doing so. With the exterminating dragon seal above and chrono below, they both missed the god-slaying flying dagger and charged toward unrivaled heavenly god. As a result, both of them had to receive each other's killing blow when they were defenseless. This Long Chen is using the same method to deal with unrivaled Empyrean. How gutsy. Now, the winner will be the one whose ultimate move is stronger and who can withstand it more. Let's hope that these two geniuses don't lose their lives here. This was what the god emperors were thinking at this critical moment. They understood what was going on, especially the primordial realm god kings. This battle left them trembling in fear. Not only was it the god-slaying flying saber, but it also seemed like they wouldn't be able to withstand the combination of two laws from Long Chen. They might even die. At the critical moment. The outcome of the battle would be revealed at this moment. All right. Unrivaled Empyrean let out a soft cry and closed his eyes. Now that the annihilation dragon seal was pressing down on his head, the dazzling sword of time before him drowned everything in its path. These were all top-notch rules, making him truly realize how powerful Long Chen was. This was also the opportunity that unrivaled Empyrean had been looking forward to for a long time. For countless years, he had been waiting for a crazy opportunity to surpass his limits. Long Chen couldn't look at unrivaled Empyrean at this moment because the only thing left in his world was the god-slaying rules and the god-slaying flying saber. This slash would stun all worlds. It was unstoppable. The target was Long Chen's heart of rules. When Long Chen unleashed the final sword of time, the god-slaying flying saber had already pierced his chest. As it moved forward, the god-slaying flying saber could even change its direction. No matter where Long Chen fled to, he wouldn't be able to escape from the god-slaying flying saber. Pfft! It pierced through. At that moment, Long Chen had a strange feeling that he would definitely die. This was because he had encountered the rules of death. As long as he was tainted by the god-slaying rules, he would be killed. Therefore, he couldn't move at all as he waited for death to come. Perhaps it would happen in the next instant. This kind of rule was like fate. It was unavoidable and mandatory. It was as though the heavens were helping unrivaled Empyrean. One could imagine that as long as unrivaled Empyrean used the god-slaying flying saber, no one else would be able to stop it. The Empyrean tribe was born to slay deities. His rules were extremely mysterious. God-slaying flying saber, just like how I'm fated to die, a hunter hunting prey. However, I, Long Chen, am no ordinary deity. I'm not your prey. At the last moment, Long Chen's bloodline roared. Defy the heavens and change fate. The rules of fate were extremely mysterious. Not only could it change one's opponent, but it could also change oneself. For example, it could allow Long Chen to expel the extreme bliss rules. In fact, this god-slaying rules had erupted in Long Chen's body, causing him to die. It was like a kind of fate of death. It was precisely because of this that the god-slaying rules could slay deities. However, he had met Long Chen's fate. The mysteries it created were all to defy the heavens and change fate. This Destiny Divine weapon had turned into a Destiny Divine weapon, causing the god-slaying rules to break away. This allowed Long Chen to successfully dodge, causing the god-slaying flying saber to deviate from the core of the rule and pierce through his body. Of course, the eruption of his opponent's divine power was also a form of lethality. However, this kind of power was less than 1/10 of the god-slaying rules. Moreover, it did not hit the core of the rule. When the flames of life enveloped him, the wound that had been cut healed rapidly. Long Chen's current mixed divine power was no weaker than unrivaled Empyrean's. Therefore, he quickly suppressed his opponent's divine power. Without the support of the rule, his opponent's chaotic divine power could not stop Long Chen at all. It's over. Long Chen took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Behind him, an endless distance away, the god-slaying flying saber stabbed into the ground with a clang, piercing through the Golden River battlefield. In front of Long Chen, there was no sound. Unrivaled Empyrean's eyes were closed, and he suddenly knelt on the ground. His body was drenched in blood, covered in sword wounds from the chrono sword. Especially his chest, where the Annihilation Dragon seal had directly suppressed it, almost destroying his astral soul. In fact, Long Chen had already used up all his strength, but Unrivaled Empyrean was still alive. This was enough to prove that Unrivaled Empyrean was tough enough. He could understand Unrivaled Empyrean's current situation. Just now, when the god-slaying flying saber pierced through him, he had also been on the verge of death. It was just that he won and came out unscathed, but Unrivaled Empyrean was not so lucky. The outcome seemed to have been decided. Long Chen opened his eyes, seemingly unharmed. On the other hand, Unrivaled Empyrean knelt on the ground, covered in blood. His eyes were tightly shut, and his astral soul was extremely chaotic and weak. He was on the verge of death. Ugh! The outcome had been decided too quickly. None of the celestial emperors could react to such a thrilling turn of events. It was only when Long Chen walked towards Unrivaled Empyrean and Unrivaled Empyrean remained motionless that the celestial emperors finally accepted the outcome. They could not help but gasp. Although it was inevitable that there would be such a thrilling outcome once the outcome was decided, the result was an overwhelming victory for Long Chen. This had indeed exceeded most people's expectations. The celestial emperors naturally understood the meaning behind this. Long Chen was still Long Chen, but he was different now. He was already the #1 godly king in the infinite realms, especially with Moses' revelation, which would allow his talent to conquer even more people. This was the birth of a generation's legend. After all, everyone knew the power of Unrivaled Empyrean's god-slaying flying saber. Many perfected celestial emperors would not dare to face Unrivaled Empyrean's god-slaying flying saber, but Long Chen was able to take it head-on and come out unscathed. This was what he was capable of. This was the outcome. This outcome caused the entire Golden River battlefield to fall silent for a long time. Only the sound of inhaling could be heard until Long Chen stood in front of Unrivaled Empyrean. He condensed the flame of life and ignited it on Unrivaled Empyrean's body. The emerald flames were repairing the Sword of Time's injuries. Several of the sword marks had destroyed the foundation of his world tree, but the most severe damage was caused by the Annihilation Dragon seal. Unrivaled Empyrean immediately lost his senses. Naturally, Long Chen could withdraw the power of the Annihilation Dragon seal and reassemble his primordial spirit. One had to admit that Unrivaled Empyrean's will was very strong, at least twice as strong as Xing Wuji's, or even more. However, when Long Chen withdrew the Annihilation Dragon seal, he was still in the flame of life when he suddenly opened his eyes. Ha! Unrivaled Empyrean's eyes widened as he panted heavily. I've lost. He turned his head and saw Long Chen. He immediately stood up from the ground, but he was still relatively weak. He looked deeply at Long Chen, shook his head, and said, I couldn't see through the rule power you used to block the god-slaying flying dagger at the end. I admit that you're stronger than me. You're #1 on the King God leaderboard. I'm very impressed. Seeing that even Unrivaled Empyrean had said this, the god emperors looked at each other, speechless. Today's battle only lasted for a moment, but it was already decided. It was much faster than the battle in the Pantheon Paradise. Xing Wuji and Ji Taishu's eyes were wide open, watching everything unfold in disbelief. They knew that in just a moment, they had lost the right to challenge Long Chen, because unrivaled Empyrean was an insurmountable gap. The god-slaying rule power almost took my life. Long Chen was not flattering him, he was speaking the truth. Unrivaled Empyrean was being too humble. What I need to thank the most is that you helped me find the path to becoming a god emperor. At that last moment, when your slaughter rule power descended, I saw the absolute beginning realm. Long Chen, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go back and grasp this feeling. The next time we meet, it will be when I break through to the god emperor realm. Unrivaled Empyrean's eyes were brimming with confidence. His entire being had changed drastically. Long Chen did not expect that he would be of such great help to Unrivaled Empyrean. Unrivaled Empyrean's words left many god emperors speechless. They could naturally see that Unrivaled Empyrean was changing rapidly. Who knew, a new god emperor might be born in a few months' time. They had to thank Long Chen for this. Go ahead. Unrivaled Empyrean was an opponent that Long Chen respected. He had gained a lot from his previous opponents, so he was happy to give Unrivaled Empyrean something today. When we meet again, I won't forget your kindness today, Unrivaled Empyrean said solemnly. Then, he raised his head and said to the god emperors, seniors, he is my benefactor. Please don't play any tricks while I'm in seclusion. Chapter 2905. Long Chen did not expect to have such a good friend. Of course, Xing Wuji was the same. After Long Chen defeated her, she admired Long Chen very much, just like Invincible God. They were all geniuses, and it was difficult to find an equal opponent in their lives. But after Long Chen was born and defeated them, they found a new direction to strive for. This was the cultivation that an expert should have. For example, Ji Taishu and Tianyi did not have this kind of cultivation, so their achievements were not as good as Invincible God and Xing Wuji. After saying that, Invincible God bid farewell to Long Chen and rushed to the divine realm of absolute beginning. Although this person's cultivation is extremely high and he is the only son of deity Luya, he is extremely talented. However, his heart is pure and he is dedicated to martial arts. His future should be limitless. No wonder people think that he will definitely become a supreme deity. Being on good terms with him is equivalent to being on good terms with deity Luya. Of course, Long Chen would not befriend him just for the sake of Empyrean god Luya. Friendship was something that depended on fate and whether they were right for each other. As soon as Invincible God left, the ape deity emperor had no choice but to announce, the result of the battle is very clear. This time, Long Chen won the challenge, defeating Invincible God, who was originally number 1 on the King God ranking. Invincible God fell to number 2 on the King God ranking. But this is not bad news for the realm of Empyrean, because Invincible God may begin to challenge the God Emperor ranking soon. He could see that the battle had actually broken through the barrier that Invincible God needed. Now, all he needed was time to become a God Emperor. This was great news for the entire realm of Empyrean, and even Empyrean god Luya would be very happy to hear this news. Even the ape deity emperor had to be in awe of such an existence. The ape deity emperor made the final decision, and everything was decided. I'm speechless. Ji Taishu fiercely gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him to get back the fortune divine stone that he had lost. However, he was still unwilling. His background was clearly inferior to them. Where did this Long Chen's talent come from? Was he hiding something? What secrets did he have? Xing Wuji, on the other hand, had a rare smile on her face. She had seen Long Chen's outstanding performance today, but it did not stop her from fighting. When Invincible Heavenly God became a God Emperor, she would return to second place on the King God ranking. Then she would be able to challenge Long Chen. Li Xuanji was also watching the battle in fear. Only then did she understand what Long Chen meant when he told her to be at ease. My good disciple, your life is really good. Not only do you have me to protect you and nurture you, you also have such a man to love you. How enviable. Mo Sang had changed his usual harsh tone and was talking to Li Xuanji with a smile, which made Li Xuanji a little uncomfortable. The ape deity emperor landed on the battlefield of the Golden River and said, the king god ranking in the king grade battlefield has changed. But since you have such power, you can stay here in the future. There is no need for you to go back. Thank you, sir. Long Chen was not arrogant or impatient. After all, there were many experts here, and many of them were heaven-defying god emperors. He had finally swept the king god ranking and fulfilled his promise. He had also grown tremendously. He had successfully gotten close to Li Xuanji and changed Mo Sang's attitude toward him. Now, besides taking Li Xuanji with him, there was one more thing he needed to do. Over at the king grade battlefield, Ling Luo and the others should be waiting for the results of the battle and concerned about my life. But when they saw the changes in the king god ranking, they should know everything. All Long Chen could do was not let them worry. Naturally, the result of this battle had already spread to many worlds through the various divine emperors. Among the myriad realms, a young martial artist named Long Chen had risen abruptly and was now crowned as the #1 divine king in the world. He was a legend among the gods and demons of the worlds. A legend that ordinary beings could not even touch. Now that everything was at ease, his gaze swept past the many golden stars and landed on one of them. Currently, the 6 members of the eternal god race were frozen there. Their heavenly domain kill orders had already been put away, and all of their faces were filled with anger and struggle. They were conflicted because Long Chen's strength had reached their limit, and because Long Chen had gained the favor of many god emperors, and even the friendship of invincible celestial god. They were not sure if the heavenly region kill orders were still effective. In truth, the reason why Long Chen challenged the king god ranking and exceeded his own limits time and time again was to fight against the eternal god clan. If not for them, Long Chen would not have been so pressed for time, and he would not have been so desperate. Now that he had broken through the king god ranking, it was time to end things. The 6 of you, please come down. Now that the god emperors wanted to get to know Long Chen, they did not expect Long Chen to have a murderous look in his eyes. When he looked at the 6 eternal god clan members, the anger and fighting spirit that had just dissipated flared up again. The heavenly ape deity emperor's voice was low and fiery. He really valued Long Chen now, and he did not even dare to offend Long Chen. He looked up at the 6 eternal god clan members and said, I told you to come down, so come down. What's going on? 8 old fellows who were determined to kill Long Chen for the sake of their pride. There was no mercy to be shown. The god emperors watched the battle with great interest. The 6 god emperors were determined to seize this last chance. They looked at each other and made their move. Heavenly amalgamation divine art. Stunning rules. That move caused an uproar among the god emperors. After all, the 8 of them had hidden this heavenly fusion divine art so well that no one knew about it. When they saw that the 6 of them had fused into one, the god emperors were dumbfounded. Even the heavenly ape deity emperor could not help but wipe his eyes. What the hell is this thing? He said angrily. Fusing into one, and your cultivation soars to the level of perfection. They realized that Long Chen might be in danger. After all, none of them knew about this heavenly amalgamation divine art. But it was slightly different this time. That was because after merging, the god emperor before them had grown a total of 3 pairs of arms. He had a total of 6 arms, and each arm held a sacred deity scepter. 6 primordial chaos divine artifacts. Merging and becoming a god. His presence was monstrous, even surging beyond that of regular god emperors at perfection, reaching a level that even the Dark Star God Emperor struggled to contend with. This was the ultimate trump card of their eternal god race. In order to kill Long Chen, they had no choice but to use it. As a matter of fact, they even had to be swift and vicious, just in case they hesitated and let the others protect Long Chen. Long Chen had no power or influence. Even if they killed him, no one would have any regrets. The 6 of them could no longer consider whether or not they would be punished. As a result, they wanted to kill him the moment they struck. The God Emperors frowned. Only ultimate God Emperors could suppress them so quickly. Chapter 2906. The 5 God Emperors of the sacrificial God world had been holding back for a long time. Ever since they had comprehended the heavenly fused divine art that was passed down from ancient times, if the 8 of them were to combine their powers, they would be able to take on ultimate God Emperors. Such a dramatic increase in power would undoubtedly increase the status of the sacrificial God world and their authority in the heavenly ritual domain. Of course, they were still holding back, looking for a chance to announce their heavenly fused divine art in the most shocking moment. They did not expect that Long Chen would force them to use their heavenly fused divine art today. However, it just so happened that Long Chen had created an opportunity for them to shock the world. There was nothing more shocking than killing this peerless genius who had just defeated a heavenly god. It had to be swift and merciless. It was a pity that Long Chen had killed 2 God Emperors before this. If only those 2 God Emperors had been able to combine, then the heavenly fused divine art would have been at its most perfect state. But now, compared to the 8 of them, something seemed to be missing. This was the greatest regret of the Eternal God clan. So they wanted revenge. To the surprise of the God Emperors, they roared and attacked. The 6 holy deity scepters erupted with creation divine power. The 6 chaotic element level creation divine weapons complemented each other. It was even more terrifying than unparalleled heavenly god's god-killing flying dagger. Divine river of destruction. It was the same rule law again. Direct, violent, and ferocious. In that instant, the 6 holy god scepters moved at the same time, and suddenly, 6 destructive divine rivers erupted, converging on the Golden River battlefield into a monstrous destructive divine river that swept through the heavens and earth. Such a huge divine river seemed to have split the Golden River battlefield in half, and like a venomous snake, it shot toward Long Chen. It was a moment of life and death. Long Chen is in danger. Many of the deity emperors were hesitating, especially the heavenly ape deity emperor. He was debating whether or not to end the battle. After all, this was not a battle of the same level. However, the fearless expression on Long Chen's face made him feel a lot more at ease. He thought about it and realized that the young man who was able to make it to the top of the God King list would not be so naive. Rumble. The God of Destruction River caused the entire Golden River battlefield to tremble. In the face of such a move, Long Chen calmed his mind and attacked with the Sword of Time, clashing head-on with his opponent. It was as if he was going up against 6, or even 10. In such a head-on clash, Long Chen was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. He was sent flying by the divine river of destruction, and even the god-slaying sword had fallen out of his hands. His body was also attacked by the divine power of destruction, and his body was torn apart. Although Long Chen was injured, it was definitely not fatal. He had the flame of life. Such superficial injuries could be suppressed very quickly. The god-slaying sword had also returned to his hands. This is only the beginning. Next, it's your feast of death. Even the voice of the 6-armed God Emperor had 6 layers, as if 6 people were speaking at the same time. After that, the 6-armed God Emperor turned into a white light and stabbed towards Long Chen like a sword. Many of the God Emperors began to worry when they saw Long Chen being defeated head-on. They certainly did not want this newly born genius to be killed, but it seemed that no one was willing to step in to save him. Even Mose was frowning at that moment. She was hesitating whether or not to step in. If Long Chen had not been so confident, the God Emperors would not have been so conflicted. That one sentence was enough to infuriate the 6-armed God Emperor. Die. Under their deadly attacks, Long Chen did not retreat. Instead, he charged at them calmly. At that moment, his eyes were filled with white light, and the rule power of fate swirled in them. Long Chen was not afraid of this heaven fusion divine art at all. He had only wanted to test how strong they were, and now they were getting cocky. I'll let you know how they died. Defying the heavens and changing fate. A weak white light that could not be resisted, or even ignored. No one would pay attention to it. But when this rule power entered the body of the six-armed god emperor, the heavens and earth shook. That system collapsed rapidly under the change of the rule power of fate. Long Chen was about to use the descent of the saint deity, but at that moment, the six-armed god emperor split into six. Each of them spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed in front of Long Chen. With one move, he resolved this fatal crisis. Defying the heavens and changing fate once again had a shocking effect. Not only did the eternal god tribe find it hard to imagine, but the god emperors were also dumbfounded. They didn't even understand how Long Chen did it. What was that strange rule just now? What was it? That's the rule power he used to defend against the god-slaying flying saber. Who would have thought that he could defend against the god-slaying flying saber and destroy the heaven-fusing divine art? How mystical. No wonder Tushan God Emperor said that this Long Chen is a genius in the field of laws. He has comprehended several high-level laws and is extremely talented. Although his divine strength is average and his Tao treasure isn't top-notch, in terms of laws, even the God Emperors can't compare to him. Geniuses in the field of laws were the most revered by others. Because everything they did was through comprehension. The God Emperors did not have time to sigh. Because at this moment, a massacre had begun. How can this be? The six God Emperors hurriedly crawled up and stared at Long Chen in shock. That was the heaven-fusing divine art that they were most proud of. They had spent countless years before they succeeded in cultivating it. They were just waiting for a chance to show it off. But how could Long Chen defeat them so easily? Sadly, this was the result. You all had the intention to kill me, but I have no intention of showing mercy. You can only blame yourselves for chasing me relentlessly and trying to take my life multiple times. Now that I have a chance to turn things around, if I was merciful and let you all go, you all have no gratitude in your hearts. Hence, this is the law of the myriad worlds. Don't blame me for being merciless. Sword of Time. It wasn't that Long Chen had never given them a chance, but they had always pushed him to his death. Now that he was in front of the God Emperors, it wasn't convenient for him to use Blood Devour. So, Long Chen used his strongest technique to fight them again. This could be considered as giving them enough respect. Kill. The eyes of the six God Emperors were bloodshot. Even without the heaven-fusing divine art, their killing intent couldn't be concealed. Until the sword of time pierced through a God Emperor's heart of laws and killed him. Shen Kuan. The remaining 5 God Emperors watched as Long Chen killed one of them. Long Chen, we cannot live under the same sky as you. Everyone, take your lives. There were still 5 of them, and they spread out and surrounded Long Chen before starting to attack. Even without the heavenly fusion divine technique, the 5 God Emperors were still quite difficult to deal with, and Long Chen was constantly under attack. Extermination Dragon Seal. However, they couldn't block this move of Long Chen's. This was a battlefield, but also a place of slaughter. He was born for slaughter. Showing mercy to his enemies was being cruel to himself. Under the Extermination Dragon Seal, another God Emperor died. Shen Kuan. That was their boss. Only 4 God Emperors were left. Their eyes were bloodshot. In fact, if they had wanted to flee now, and it wasn't convenient for Long Chen to leave the Golden River battlefield to pursue them, 2 or 3 of them could still escape. But they didn't. They were even more bloodshot than Long Chen. Or perhaps, the death of 4 of their companions was a fact they couldn't accept. Long Chen was calm and cold-blooded. Wherever the divine sword and demon pagoda went, blood splattered everywhere. The remaining 4 God Emperors collapsed under his ferocious attacks. The Sword of Time killed another 2 God Emperors. The remaining 2 could no longer stop Long Chen, nor could they escape. Why? The two god emperors knelt on the ground. They were covered in blood. They looked around in panic, and then looked fiercely at Long Chen. Long Chen was also covered in blood, but it wasn't his blood. If you want to ask me why, then I have to ask you. You chased me to the god-fiend battlefield, looking for the heavenly domain kill order. You wanted my life at all times to protect your so-called face. Tell me, why? In order to survive, I had to challenge the godly king list and surpass my limits. I experienced life and death several times. I lived in fear. Tell me, why? Under Long Chen's questioning, the two god emperors were speechless. Long Chen looked deeply at them and said, "Actually, there is no reason. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the rule of the myriad worlds. When you are strong, you can control my fate. When I am strong, I can also control your lives. It's impossible to avoid this rule, but at least you can respect the weak when you are strong. But you didn't do that. Therefore, they deserve to die." The 8 god emperors of the eternal god race all died at the feet of Long Chen. Long Chen took away their primordial chaos-grade destinable divine artifacts, the 8 holy god scepters. In fact, cultivation was a form of plunder. If you wanted to be heroic, to live freely, to have dignity, then you had to be strong. No one had the heart to listen to the questions and cries of the weak. I look forward to the day when you can challenge the Divine Emperor ranking like you challenge the God King ranking. If you need help with anything, you can come find me in the battlefield of Emperor-level demons at any time. I'll be taking my leave now. Long Chen said, "Thank you for your help during this time, Senior." Long Chen will never forget it. It's all thanks to the chaotic scripture that I obtained today. If you run into any trouble in the future, Long Chen will definitely go through fire and water for you without hesitation. He was extremely respectful towards the Dark Star Emperor. If it were not for his protection, even the Eternal God clan would have caused him great trouble. Until today, when he completely dealt with the 8 God Emperors who had once caused him sleepless nights. There are a total of 10 floors in the Emperor-level battlefield. You're free to move about in 9 of them. But you're not a God Emperor yet, so you'll have to do the same as Invincible God and the others. Find a training room on the first 3 floors and challenge other God Emperors when you need it. The Ape Emperor gave Long Chen a brief introduction and then left. The other God Emperors did not approach him because Mose had already taken Long Chen by force. After the battle, Long Chen stepped out of the battlefield of Golden River, and Mose smiled at him. "Come with me." She was extremely satisfied with Long Chen. She was like a mother-in-law. She extended her hand and took Long Chen's hand, pulling Long Chen away from the Golden River realm. They seemed to have descended a floor. This is the 3rd floor of the battlefield. It's called the Milky Way realm. There's a Milky Way battlefield in the middle. I can tell that your strength has surpassed almost all primordial God Emperors, but you can still challenge them a few more times in the Milky Way battlefield. Only then can you earn the right to challenge God Emperors at perfection in the Golden River battlefield. You have plenty of time, so you don't have to worry. You'll definitely be able to reach even higher levels in the future. You might even make it to the Bridge of Tai. I have full confidence in you. The more Mose looked at Long Chen, the more satisfied she became. She did not even need to say those words to get Long Chen to join the Tianyin region. As long as she and Li Xuanji were master and disciple, Long Chen would not be able to run away. Since she was friendly to him, it would be even easier. Although Long Chen knew that she was very strict with Li Xuanji, to the point of being harsh, he could not offend her on the surface. Hence, he maintained a pleasant expression. "After defeating unrivaled heavenly God, I'd like to rest for a while. As for challenging the Emperor God, we'll talk about it later. Right now, what I want the most is to reunite with Xuanji. We've been separated for decades. I hope Senior Mose can give me this opportunity." "Thank you." Long Chen revealed his intentions with a smile. To fight with this woman, he had to use his brain. He had to confuse her. Only then could he take Li Xuanji away. Mo Sang did not get angry after hearing this. Instead, he gave an ambiguous smile and said, "Young people are always impatient. All right, are you blaming me for being a hindrance? I'll leave quickly. During this period of time, I'll leave my precious disciple to you. You're not allowed to bully her. If I find out that you bullied her, I'll punish you." Her words sounded nice. However, what made Long Chen relieved was that Mose did not know that he wanted to escape with Li Xuanji. Hence, she let Li Xuanji appear in front of Long Chen in the blink of an eye. She held Li Xuanji's hand and placed it in Long Chen's hand. She said, "She's only a Sir God after all. You can't let her walk around freely in this Emperor-level God-fiend battlefield. You can bring her into a cultivation room or let her stay in your God kingdom. It's not easy for the two of you to meet, so I'll let you two enjoy each other for a month. After a month, Xuanji should continue her cultivation. You also hope that she can quickly become stronger under my guidance, right?" Mose understood very well that she could not let Li Xuanji stay with Long Chen forever. She knew that Li Xuanji did not like her. If she wanted to keep Long Chen in check, she had to hold Li Xuanji in her hands. Hence, she could only stay for a month. Besides, she was also grateful to Li Xuanji for giving her a new life. She had also officially taken her as a disciple. This was something that even the 9 ancestor knew. Hence, she was eager to help Li Xuanji become stronger so that she could gain face for herself. After Long Chen appeared, she was not anxious to let Li Xuanji become stronger. This was because Li Xuanji's greatest role was to be able to keep such a peerless genius under control. Although a month was short, it was Long Chen's plan. He nodded his head and said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior. I've known Xuanji for a long time. Naturally, I won't bully her. Senior, please rest assured." NN. Mo said a few words and left. As for Long Chen, he brought Li Xuanji into a cultivation room. This way, they would not be disturbed by outsiders. Otherwise, there would be too many people standing outside wanting to challenge Long Chen. The cultivation room of the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield was much more powerful than the King God-Fiend battlefield. This was a huge world. It was like the paradise of the gods, vast and boundless. There were green mountains and clear waters, birdsong and fragrant flowers. The scenery was tranquil and beautiful. The energy of heaven and earth was incomparably vigorous. Ordinary worlds could not compare to this. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Only after landing in this world did Long Chen and Li Xuanji look into each other's eyes. The passion and emotions they felt when they reunited had subsided. Both of them were able to control their emotions. After all, they had more important things to do. "Thank you." Li Xuanji only said these 2 words after a long time. She didn't want to disturb Long Chen's life, but she couldn't lie to herself. It was like fate had sent Long Chen to her again. Only now did Long Chen see her clearly. She was colder than before. Or maybe it was because she was in an environment that made her wary. She was like a block of ice, cold and unapproachable. Only when she was facing Long Chen, her slightly red eyes made one's heart ache for her. "I came late, humans were all perfect." Long Chen was the same. He had a deep love and protectiveness for Lingxi, but Li Xuanji was like a part of him. Even if she was cut, there would be a mark left behind. It wouldn't disappear, and it would even grow back. "To be able to see you again, I feel that the sadness these days were worth it." Li Xuanji had tears in her eyes. These were her most sincere words. Actually, she was Long Chen's demon. Without needing to say anything, Long Chen knew what she was thinking. Finally, he could see her. Luckily, she was fine and didn't lose hope of survival. Of course, Long Chen temporarily wasn't able to help her escape from Mo Sang's clutches. "Come out and meet me." Meeting with Li Xuanji wasn't just his joy. Mo Xiaolang, Soi Yan, Lingxi, Kitten, and Yang Lingqing all knew Li Xuanji. especially young Lingqing. Li Xuanji changed her fate and was her master. Everyone came out from Long Chen's god country. All of them had huge changes, which made Li Xuanji really curious. Chapter 2908. Reuniting was a rare joy for everyone. Everyone smiled at each other and introduced new people to each other. For example, the cute and arrogant Zhu Shi had been misled by Kitten. When she saw Li Xuanji, she exclaimed, "You are the one Kitten mentioned, the one that boss Long Chen likes." There was still a month left, so there was no hurry. Lingxi and Li Xuanji hadn't seen each other for a long time. "She's about to be born." Seeing the child, Li Xuanji couldn't help but tear up. Her palm trembled as she stroked Lingxi's belly and said, "This girl will definitely be very beautiful in the future. Sister Xuanji, we've already come to an agreement. In the future, you'll join our team. We'll roam the myriad worlds together and do many things together. Your family is still in Brother Chen's divine kingdom." Lingxi really wanted her to come back. Putting Long Chen aside, Li Xuanji was also someone she recognized and liked. Long Chen had brought all the people of the dragon sacrificial continent with him. So many things actually happened after I left. Li Xuanji was a little absent-minded. She regretted that she couldn't help Long Chen and the others when they were at their most difficult time. But this was fate. "I'm very happy to see you all so well now, but your foundation is not stable, and Di Jun is still chasing after you. I'm involved in a lot of trouble, I'm afraid." Now everyone was gathered together. Li Xuanji was a little hesitant when she learned about their situation. Long Chen said, "Isn't it just Mo's? Don't worry, it's not difficult to get rid of her." Li Xuanji thought for a moment. She stretched out an arm and pulled open her sleeve. There was a dark crescent moon mark on her forearm. She said helplessly, "Mo Sang was afraid that I would run away, so she planted a kind of rule in my body. It's a mysterious rule that the Dark Sky Region Master passed to her. No matter where I run, she can find me." Long Chen looked carefully. This crescent moon was very illusory. Although it was imprinted on Li Xuanji's arm, it seemed to be in another world. There seemed to be a pair of eyes in the depths. He thought carefully and said, "If it's just Mo's alone, there's no need to be afraid. Plus, we are used to running for our lives. Plus, there's a perfect realm deity emperor chasing after us, so it's not a big deal. The Heavenly Shade Domain Lord won't chase after us just for you." Speaking of this, Long Chen had already made up his mind. He said to the crowd, "Our original goal in coming to Mount Buzhou was to challenge ourselves and become stronger. Now, almost everyone has achieved this goal. When I found out that you were in Mount Buzhou, our goal became to find you and take you away. Of course, other people wouldn't think so. I have just defeated Wushuang, so almost everyone thinks that I will continue to challenge myself. For the next thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, I will challenge myself, grow, and shine in Mount Buzhou." That's what Mo's thought too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have handed you over to me. But she's wrong. After pausing for a while, he said, "Although the Emperor Deity battlefield is a treasure land that can help me improve rapidly, it's not the only place that can help me improve. Moreover, I've become so famous here that Di Jun might have already known about it. He might even have chased me here. It's time for me to leave Mount Buzhou as soon as possible." Hearing Long Chen's words, everyone looked at him in astonishment, especially Li Xuanji. Even Li Xuanji thought that he would continue to challenge in the Emperor Deity battlefield. After all, this place was too advantageous for him. Whether it was resources or connections, he had everything. It wasn't easy for him to make a name for himself in this place. Now, he was about to leave. Mo Xiaolang said, "I think it's time to leave." "Big brother, when do you decide?" Long Chen said straightforwardly, "It's best when it's most unexpected." "When would that be?" "Of course, it's immediately. Immediately. Immediately." Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of Long Chen defeating Invincible Celestial. The news had just spread, and Long Chen was about to shake the myriad realms. Almost everyone was looking forward to his future achievements in the Emperor Deity battlefield. After all, he had reached the top of the King God list in one go and created a legend. Of course, everyone hoped that this legend could be repeated on the Emperor God list. This was indeed a time that no one could have imagined. I think it's right. At this time, they are still thinking about how to rope in Chen. Naturally, they won't think that we will leave Mount Buzhou, or even go to other star regions, far away from the Sky Region Alliance, or even the north, west, and south. Lingxi was the first to agree with this decision. Mo Xiaolang and the others naturally had no objections, although they still had a little nostalgia for Mount Buzhou. But Li Xuanji knew that all this was for her. If it weren't for her, Long Chen could still challenge here for a while. Don't think too much. The main reason is that I have a vague feeling that Di Jun is coming. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. This was the intuition that the rules of destiny gave him. He could feel the danger. Even with his current cultivation level, he still felt that Di Jun was terrifying. The strongest person that appeared after the extinction of the primordial divine dragons made people feel that he was not simple. Li Xuanji bit her red lips. In fact, Long Chen's thoughts couldn't be hidden from her. The main reason was actually her. Then let's go. Let's go. They were about to start a new journey. Everyone was excited, full of passion and blood. Sister Xuanji, welcome back. We are even more lively now, Soi Yan said. Master, you should have come with us long ago. Yang Lingqing was the closest to her, and she held her hand. Zhu Shi and Kitten smiled strangely at the side, every one of them made her feel warmth and happiness. They let her know how blissful it was to wander with Long Chen. It was no longer wandering, but adventuring, experiencing a magnificent life. You will be amazed when you enter the God Nation. Since the decision was made, they set off immediately. First, he naturally had to bring Li Xuanji into the God Nation. He couldn't bid farewell to his friends at Mount Buzhou, so he had to leave immediately. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had brought everyone into the God Nation. He took a deep breath and set off. As for Li Xuanji, Lingxi, and the others naturally took care of her. Because of his strength, the process of snatching Li Xuanji was extremely fast, and he didn't have to spend a lot of effort. He walked out of the cultivation room. He was now attracting quite a bit of attention. As he walked, many people greeted him. Long Chen pretended to look around until he reached the first level of the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield. No rest at all. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. It was the Heavenly Ape Emperor. Long Chen looked back and said, I want to go back to the King God-Fiend battlefield, and then come back here in a few days to challenge the other God Emperors. That is your freedom. Do as you wish. Every God Emperor had the right to leave the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield at any time, and no one could stop them. The Heavenly Ape Emperor was just a little curious to see him come out so soon. Having said that, he disappeared into the darkness. In the God Nation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were gathered together, and at the most critical moment, they were naturally a little nervous. Once Long Chen left the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield, Missouri Sang would definitely sense that something was wrong. Let's go. As soon as Long Chen stepped out of the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield, he saw the vast mountains outside. Long Chen burst out at top speed and headed in the direction of the King God-Fiend battlefield. His current position was too obvious, and he would have to leave for a while before he could rush out of Mount Buzhou. In the God Nation, several people gathered together. Li Xuanji was a little nervous as she looked at the crescent moon on her arm. Just as Long Chen was hundreds of thousands of meters away from the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield, the black crescent moon suddenly flashed. A pair of eyes in the crescent moon also became clear. Yes, it was Mo Sang's eyes. She looked puzzled. Xuanji, why did you leave the Emperor God-Fiend battlefield? Li Xuanji said calmly, Master, he was going back to the King God-Fiend battlefield, so I came with him. We will return within a month. It will not delay my cultivation. But Mo Sang was not so easy to fool. She had a bad feeling about this, so she asked, why did he go back to the King God Fiend battlefield? That is only a place for God Kings. Why would he go there? Li Xuanji said, he has some friends in the King God Fiend battlefield. Previously, he went to fight unrivaled heavenly god, and he promised those friends that if he won, he would come back to celebrate with them. It would also be a farewell. After all, he'll be staying in the Emperor God Fiend battlefield from now on. Li Xuanji reacted quickly. When Mo Sang asked, she quickly made up a lie. This reason was completely reasonable. But Mo Sang was a very suspicious person. She felt very insecure and found it hard to trust others, so she still said suspiciously, ask him to wait for me for a while. I will go with him. I haven't seen Ling Luo in a long time, and her master asked me to help monitor her. I can go and see how she is progressing. In this way, Li Xuanji could not do anything. Once she told Mo Sang not to come, she would definitely know. So she said, okay, I will tell him right away. I will wait for you here. As long as the crescent moon was there, Mo Sang would know once Li Xuanji's position changed. This was a big problem that could not be solved. Long Chen had heard their conversation. Of course, he could not stop and wait for Mo Sang. So he made a prompt decision and rushed into the sky, into the clouds, and out of Mount Buzhou. Her change in position immediately alerted Mo Sang. Suddenly, Mo Sang's sharp voice was heard. Li Xuanji, where are you going? Mo Sang rushed out of the god-demon battlefield and chased after them. Chapter 2909. Mo Sang was originally on the 4th floor of the battlefield. When Li Xuanji moved, she had just arrived at the 4th floor and was talking about Long Chen with some god emperors of the Tianyin domain. She did not notice that Li Xuanji had left. When she noticed, she was already a little far away. When she communicated with Li Xuanji, she found that Li Xuanji did not listen to her and was running away from Mount Buzhou at a high speed. Mo Sang was stunned. The next moment, she seemed to understand. Long Chen was taking Li Xuanji away from here. At that moment, Mo Sang was stunned at first, and then she almost went crazy with anger. She had thought that Long Chen would take Li Xuanji away, but now that Long Chen was so heaven-defying, she also expressed her intention to win over Long Chen, and would not send Li Xuanji to the founding ancestor battlefield. Long Chen wanted to stay in the battlefield, but he was so decisive to take Li Xuanji and leave Mount Buzhou, where he had just made a name for himself. Where was he going? Mo Sang shouted angrily, alerting many god emperors. When she rushed out of the celestial fiend battlefield, she was followed by several god emperors. There were also hundreds of god emperors who saw her rushing out of the celestial fiend battlefield in anger. What's wrong with Mo Sang? It has something to do with Long Chen. I saw that Long Chen just left the battlefield. I'm guessing that Long Chen took her disciple away and directly left this place. It can't be. It was precisely because Long Chen had predicted that he would not leave that he chose to leave at this time. This was the best time. Mo Sang was furious, and her face was terrifyingly cold. She hated people who lied to her the most. At this time, she shouted, Xuanji, where are you going? Ignore her. This woman was annoying, but it was useless to say more. Okay. Li Xuanji had never liked her. Although she kept making noise, she listened to Long Chen and did not respond. Mo Sang was not a fool. She knew that she had made up her mind to leave Mount Buzhou with Long Chen, and even the Heavenly Region Alliance. Xuanji, although I've been strict with you these years, it's all for your own good. You're from a humble family, and I want you to have a good future. Isn't that my love for you? I promised not to send you to the great ancestor battlefield. You don't need to leave here at all. Don't go, okay? Xuanji said with a smile. That's enough. I know that your purpose is to take her away. You didn't even want to take her to the great ancestor battlefield. In the process of rushing out of the God-fiend battlefield, Missouri Sang kept shouting, saying all kinds of words to persuade her to stay. She was asking for trouble. If she had known that Long Chen would do this, she would not have let him meet Li Xuanji. If she was taken away like this, she would lose all her face. She would not be able to raise her head in the God-fiend battlefield or the Nine Ancestor realm. In the draconic sacrificial continent, I gave you a chance to be reborn and let you live. You accepted me as a disciple to show that you know how to repay kindness. But soon, you despised me for my lowly birth and losing your face. For your face, you naturally want me to become stronger. Mo Sang, you do not love me. You only love yourself, so I chose to leave. There is no need for you to chase after me. In the future, the two of us will never meet again. In the end, Li Xuanji still said something to make things clear. She used to dream of leaving Mo Sang's control. She was a crazy woman. Because of her own experience, she was more ruthless than anyone else when it came to torturing others. After hearing Li Xuanji's words, Mo Sang could not help but laugh. She shouted for the other people of the Heavenly Yin region to catch up and said with a smile, "Never meet again? Dream on. If you leave like this, my senior brothers and sisters will treat me as a big joke. I don't want to be humiliated like this. Li Xuanji, don't think of escaping from my control in this life. You have made me so angry today. You will pay the price. Crazy woman, shut your dog mouth. Be careful that I don't burn you." Zhu Shi could not bear to listen to her and scolded her fiercely. However, Mo Sang had been using this thing to shout, so he really could not get rid of her. At this moment, Long Chen rushed out of the God-fiend Buzhou mountain. The slaughter dragon boat appeared. He stepped onto the slaughter dragon boat and headed southwest. The slaughter dragon boat transformed into a blood-red phantom and left. After all, he had already left the battlefield of gods and demons for a period of time. Moreover, his speed was not any slower than Mo Sang's. With the slaughter dragon boat, he was even faster than Mo Sang. The distance between the two did not shrink. Instead, it was lengthening. In her anger, Mo Sang continued to chase. After a while, she also chased out of the god-fiend Buzhou mountain and took out her divine warship. Fortunately, it was an order-grade warship, which was the same level as Long Chen's slaughter dragon boat. At this rate, she would never be able to catch up with Long Chen, but Long Chen would never be able to get rid of her. Because of the mark on Li Xuanji's hand, she knew Long Chen's position at all times. We have to think of a way to get rid of this thing. Everyone knew this clearly. However, they were not afraid of Mo Sang. Mo Sang was the only one who was truly close to them. They were only afraid that other 9 ancestor realms and even stronger deity emperors would chase after them. The news of them leaving Mount Buzhou had probably started to spread. After entering the starry sky, their field of vision was much wider. The blood-red light was advancing at all times. I can try using the sealed realm. Mo Sang had rarely been so angry since she came back to life. Regardless, Mo Sang still landed on the ground and walked towards the entrance of the battlefield. The divine emperors above did not look at her but at the endless darkness behind her. What do they mean? Suddenly, Mo Sang was stunned. She felt a suffocating aura coming from behind her. Above the boundless void, she had already gathered with hundreds of celestial emperors. More celestial emperors were coming out of the deity demon battlefield. What's going on? Mo Sang was frightened by the pressure. It was a familiar feeling which made her forget about the incident with Long Chen. I heard that the first on the Divine Emperor list is coming here soon. He hasn't been here for many years. I'm afraid he's already comparable to an ultimate god. Of course, it's just a possibility. Chapter 29:10. John Doe. Mose had not been back for a long time. She could only vaguely remember that this was not the person who ranked first on the Divine Emperor list before she died. So she was not very clear about the situation. She had asked around, and it was said that this guy did not want to reveal his name, but he won every battle. He was extremely mysterious, and finally made it to the top of the Divine Emperor list. To tell the truth, this legend of John Doe was similar to Long Chen's rise to the top of the Divine King list. Of course, the Divine Emperor list was undoubtedly more authoritative. It was said that the strength of the top 3 on the Divine Emperor list was similar to that of the Tai Divine Realm and Supreme Deities. They were almost at the level of the real Supreme Divine Dragon. The arrival of John Doe has made these guys forget to laugh at me. It seems that this new number 1 on the Divine Emperor list is indeed a legendary figure, Mose thought to herself. Just when the gods were most looking forward to seeing John Doe, a middle-aged man in a light golden robe suddenly descended from the endless black clouds. The divine might that was enough to suppress 1,000 god emperors was born from this terrible existence. The heavenly ape emperor was also among the god emperors. He had once been defeated by John Doe, the number 1 on the divine emperor list. He had been defeated very quickly, so even he had to be in awe of this existence. All the god emperors respectfully welcomed the arrival of this person. Except for Mose. When she saw who it was, Mose was instantly stunned. She seemed as if she'd been struck by lightning, and her face turned ghastly pale while her entire body trembled. She'd lost control of her emotions to the extreme, and she simply didn't dare believe her eyes. However, the person who had appeared before her was indeed that person she was once familiar with. At first, his eyes shrouded all the god emperors. He was majestic and domineering, and his temperament was the closest to that of Shenjun. Even the god emperors present would have mistaken him for Shenjun. But in the end, when his eyes were attracted by Mose, he also underwent a great change. But his heart was much calmer. No matter what he saw, he remained calm. The atmosphere suddenly changed. It was between Mose and John Doe. They know each other. The god emperors were stunned. Mose, who was shocked to the extreme, spoke with difficulty. The man appeared in front of her, less than 10 meters away. Now she was sure that she could not have been mistaken. Di-Jun, it's you. Mose clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced deep into his flesh. His eyes turned red with mixed feelings. It was hard to imagine what had happened to them. Anyway, the divine emperors understood that this mysterious divine emperor named Di-Jun must have had a great relationship with Mose. It turned out that this deity emperor who was used to hiding himself was called Di-Jun, the first on the divine emperor ranking. Just as everyone was preparing to watch the show, Di-Jun took a few steps forward and gently lifted Imo Sang's hand, placing it in front of his eyes. His golden eyes stared at Imo Sang as he said in a hoarse voice, "Sang, why are you here? Back then, you disappeared for no reason and I couldn't find you. Later, I searched through the myriad worlds but I couldn't find you. I went to the 9 Ancestor realm but you didn't return at that time." Hearing those words, it felt as though the other party was an old flame. Imo Sang gritted her teeth and said angrily, "I disappeared for no reason? In my eyes, I just disappeared for no reason? You really don't know that it was that bitch Ling Su who killed me, leaving only a remnant of my soul to sleep for millions of years. Only now did my master resurrect me. You actually think that I disappeared for no reason?" She was trembling with anger, but she also kept crying. The things that happened back then were still vivid in her mind. This man in front of her. She couldn't deny that when she arrived at the dragon sacrificial continent, she was attracted to him. It was just that she didn't expect so many things to happen later on. Di-Jun said helplessly, "So that's how it is. Did Ling Su kill you? After so many years, I was actually kept in the dark. I thought that you were so sad that you wandered the myriad worlds." His words were flawless. Imo Sang said angrily, "So, will you kill Ling Su for me and avenge me now?" Di-Jun said, "Ling Su died a long time ago." Imo Sang was stunned. She said, "Impossible. Her strength was no lower than yours. How could she die?" Di-Jun said indifferently, "I killed her." Imo Sang was even more confused. She asked doubtfully, isn't she your wife? Don't you have 2 children? How could you do it? Where are those 2 children? Jun said, these are all in the past. Ling Su and I had differences and conflicts, to the point where we had to fight to the death. As for those 2 children, they wanted to avenge their mother, so I killed them. Ling Su and I are enemies. Now that a long time has passed, don't mention it again. Marrying her in the past was a mistake. Jun naturally wouldn't let anyone else hear such a private conversation. Are they all dead? Hearing this, Mo Sang felt much better. But when she thought of Long Chen, she shook her head. That's impossible. Just now, I sensed Ling Su's aura. Although it wasn't strong, it was definitely Ling Su. What? Jun placed his hands on her shoulders and said, Sang, have you ever seen someone called Long Chen? I'm guessing that someone close to him has received Ling Su's inheritance. What you felt must be her. Take me to Long Chen. You are also looking for Long Chen. Mo Sang gradually calmed down. She stared at Jun. She didn't expect him to be so strong that he was number 1 on the Divine Emperor list. I still remember when I came to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, he was the same as me. We were both primordial Divine Emperors. Ling Su was a perfected Divine Emperor. Later on, the 2 of them rose even more, and he easily surpassed me. I didn't expect that after millions of years, Ling Su would die and he would become number 1 on the Divine Emperor list. Mo Sang was secretly shocked. At this time, Jun nodded and said, that's right. Long Chen took something that belonged to me. I'm chasing after him across the myriad worlds. I heard that he was at Mount God Fiend Buzhou, so I came over. Do you have any news of him? Mo Sang hurriedly said, an hour ago, he escaped from here and left the Fiend God Buzhou mountain. He even took one of my disciples with him. I chased after him for a while, but I couldn't catch up to him, so I came back. However, I planted our 9 Ancestor Realm's 9 Profound Moon on my disciple's body. Even if they escape to the ends of the earth, I will still be able to find them. The 2 hit it off. I know where they are now. Mo Sang said very confidently. Then there's no time to lose. Let's go. Jun held Mo Sang's slender waist, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the Divine Emperor's sight. They rushed out of Mount God Fiend Buzhou, leaving the Divine Emperors looking at each other. They didn't know what the 2 were talking about, but from their intimate relationship, they were definitely lovers. But the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list had just left. Many wanted to see for themselves how terrifying the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list was. Let's go back. Once he left, he would definitely not come back. A golden ray of light advanced rapidly in the endless starry sky, several times faster than Long Chen. That golden ray of light was a divine warship. They are right in front of us, but because they have been running for a while, it will take some time before we can catch up to them. After all, the distance is too far, and the 9 Mystic Moon's perception isn't very clear. It can only vaguely know that they are here. Standing in the golden divine warship, Mo Sang said. It doesn't matter. As long as we know where they are, we can't escape. But you. Sang, because of my negligence, you have suffered all these years. Jun reached out and stroked her long hair. He was as tender as steel. Mo Sang's eyes were filled with tears. She shook her head and said, I am lucky to be reborn. I am even luckier to be able to see you. So I have long forgotten the hardships of the past. I have to ask you, where did he go all these years, and how did he survive? Jun said, later, the dragon sacrificial continent gradually became barren, so I left with a group of deities and went to the Taihao territory in the south. I established my foundation there and achieved what I have today. Mo Sang choked and asked, after so many years, apart from Lingsu, do you have any other women? Can I still be with you now? Jun frowned. He was quite honest as he said, there was once a person, but she was only with me for the sake of completing her own rules. That was why she was imprisoned by me, unable to come out for the rest of her life. We had a daughter before, but she was killed by Long Chen. Mo Sang was slightly angered and said, "So you're saying that you're chasing after Long Chen to avenge your daughter?" Di Jun shook his head and said, "No, it is to take back what belongs to me." "What is it?" "When I catch up to him and get it, you will know." "Then from now on, what should we do?" "You are my only woman. My life is linked to yours. How about it?" "Yes." Mo Sang nodded heavily. Her eyes shone with the light of happiness. A month passed. Mo Sang, "Are you sure they are in this direction?" "We will catch up soon." Di Jun asked. Mo Sang nodded and said, "Because someone is affecting them, it is a little chaotic. But I think they will catch up soon." Di Jun looked ahead and said, "If I am not wrong, this direction should lead to the 9 Ancestor realm. It is impossible for Long Chen to go this way. There is no reason for him to go north." Mo Sang said, "How would I know what he is thinking?" Mo Sang, "You are lying to me." Di Jun suddenly turned around and sneered. Mo Sang took a deep breath and suddenly sneered. He said, "Of course. You are such a heartless person who killed your wife and children. I would be doing myself a disservice if I did not lie to you. Do you think I do not know that the person who asked Lingsu to kill me was you? Di Jun, in terms of ruthlessness, you are the best in the world, right?" Di Jun smiled and did not deny it. He looked around and said, "Since you are so confident, it seems that the Dark Sky Domain Master has arrived. Then let her come out." Chapter 4 today. Chapter 29:11. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden divine warship disappeared into the boundless starry sky, leaving Mo Sang and Di Jun there. Mo Sang's eyes reddened. She felt cold all over. Cold air swept out and formed an endless cold mist around her. She said coldly and sadly, "Di Jun, you are the person I don't understand the most in my life. I don't know why you want to kill me, or why Ling Su died. You even imprisoned the woman you married, or the people who used to love you. None of them will have a good ending. Fortunately, I'm alive and I can see you clearly." Di Jun wore a smile on his face as he looked at her emotional fluctuations. "You are a man without emotions." Di Jun said indifferently, "Wrong. I am not a man. I am a god." Mo Sang had lost all hope in him in the past 10 million years. In fact, after she had been reborn, she had asked about Di Jun's whereabouts. She knew that he was in the Taihao territory. The Lord of the Shady Sky region was ready to collect the debt from Di Jun. That was why Mo Sang had lured him here. Di Jun didn't expect that Mo Sang would know that he had asked Ling Su to attack her. However, his indifferent expression worried Ling Su. This guy gave her the same feeling as Long Chen. He could never be underestimated and always created miracles. Fortunately, the Lord of the Shady Sky region appeared. Mo Sang felt a strong force behind her. All of a sudden, a dark green vortex appeared behind her, swallowing her right in front of Di Jun. She thought that Di Jun would try to take her as a hostage, but he didn't. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and smiled at the scene. Mo Sang appeared tens of thousands of meters away, far away from Di Jun. However, she could see that he was still there. At this time, a person surrounded by dark mist appeared next to her. It was a woman. It was hard to see her appearance in the mist, but it was easy to see that she looked similar to Mo Sang. However, she was undoubtedly much more terrifying than Mo Sang. As soon as this woman appeared, even the stars in the surrounding endless territories stopped rotating. Even the shattered stars stopped moving. This mysterious woman was the Lord of the Shady Sky region, the Lord of the 9 Ancestor realm. She was a supreme deity who had existed for countless years. She was mysterious and powerful, firmly controlling the Shady Sky region. She was one of the few people with the highest status in the entire Northern Star area. She was the existence that controlled billions of creatures. Dark Sky Domain Lord, this should be the first time we meet. With a smile on his face, Dijun clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared beside Mo's tens of thousands of meters away. It's also the last time. The Domain Master's voice was young, similar to Mo Sang's, but colder. Mother. Mo Sang was very respectful in front of the Dark Sky Region Lord. He bowed behind her. No wonder. So, she is your daughter. It is said that the Domain Master of the Shady Sky region has never married. He has a pure and holy body. I didn't expect him to have an illegitimate daughter, Dijun said with a smile. You have caused so much harm to my daughter. Even in my dreams, I want to go to the Taihao domain to kill you. Naturally, you know that I have a grudge against Divine Taihao, so you are hiding there. But now, you have come to my place. This is your misfortune. The Dark Sky ruler's voice sounded calm, but it was filled with a monstrous murderous aura. Now that she knew something about Dijun, she was even angrier. To be honest, she couldn't find a cold-blooded man like Dijun. I see. It seems that I am going to die today. Dijun said indifferently. Dijun, today is the day of your death, Mo Sang said while gritting her teeth. When you challenged the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list, I was watching. You were not as confident as you are today. It seems that you have improved. Do you think you can survive my attack? On one side was the number 1 on the Divine Emperor list, Wu Ming, Dijun. On the other side was the domineering Dark Sky Region Lord. Dijun said, No, I think the Dark Sky Region Lord can tear me into pieces. If Mo Sang can vent her anger, my death will be worth it. Bullshit. Mo Sang screamed. She was really angry. This was the man she hated the most. If she could, she would rather tear him into pieces. No need to say more. The Dark Sky Region Lord waved her hand and let Mo Sang enter her divine kingdom. She was going to take action. An ultimate god was going to take action. The Dark Sky Region Lord did not say anything. He just stretched out his hand and pushed out his snow-white palm. It turned into a huge dark green palm print. Endless cold fog gathered around the palm, making it bigger and bigger. It fell from the sky and pressed down on Dijun. The speed at which the cold palm was expanding was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the palm had grown to the size of the entire Golden River battlefield. Within the boundless territory, the starry sky had been completely frozen, turning into solid black ice. All of the stars and broken stars had been condensed into ice crystals. It was as if even time itself could not move. The Dark Sky Region Lord's palm could easily freeze an entire world, such as the Divine Tree or the sacrificial god Macro world. Dijun was at the center of the palm. He was the first to be frozen into a block of ice. He had no way to escape. He was still smiling when the huge palm came down and almost shattered him into pieces in the blink of an eye. Repent in the cold. The Dark Sky Region Lord's voice was like a ghost. I won't. At this moment, Dijun calmly counterattacked. One of his gold eyes was so dazzling that it was like the sun of an original incipient grade world. His eyes turned into flames and gathered on his palm. He opened his palm, revealing a blazing sun that was swallowing and releasing flames. Ha! Dijun clenched his fist and punched the cold palm in the sky. It looked easy, but it had an unimaginable power. It created a sky-piercing fist seal that wasn't smaller than the palm. The fist and the seal clashed in the sky. Suddenly, everything changed. The stars were shattered. Large areas of the territories were crushed into powder. All of a sudden, Dijun appeared in a far place. He didn't have a scratch on him. He turned around and saw a large area of the star area vanish in this simple clash. It was a chaotic area. He didn't know when it would restore its original appearance. So troublesome, Di Jun looked in front of him and saw the Dark Sky Region Lord standing in front of him. The ice had frozen him again. This time, the Dark Sky Region Lord wasn't just trying. It's true that you've improved a lot. You can resist me now. However, even so, you won't be able to leave the Dark Sky Region today. You haven't reached your limit yet. If you become a Divine Lord, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with you anymore. While the Dark Sky Region Lord was talking, her body gradually disappeared. From a complete human being, she had turned into endless cold mist. In just a short moment, she had formed an endless encirclement. It was like she had turned into a giant beast that wanted to swallow Di Jun. From the outside, one could see how huge the Dark Sky Region Lord was. She was even bigger than the entire world. Di Jun was just a tiny dot in her body. Di Jun, you can't escape from my prison. Inside the prison, the cold mist was everywhere. Di Jun's body started to freeze and he couldn't move. At that point, the smile on Di Jun's face disappeared. He could clearly feel the Dark Sky Region Lord's strength. If this continued, he would be the only one who would suffer. Old witch, it's only a matter of time before I challenge you. You're the best stepping stone for me to break through to the ultimate god realm. However, now is not the time. I don't have time to accompany you. Goodbye. Di Jun said without batting an eyelid. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from where he stood without a sound. Whoosh. In the next moment, the endless cold mist disappeared. The Dark Sky Region Lord appeared where Di Jun was standing. She frowned and said with slight anger, "It seems that his space law has made great progress again. I can't believe he managed to escape from under my nose." Her eyes became cold as she scanned the myriad worlds. Di Jun was nowhere to be found. It seemed that he had gone far away. He couldn't do this the last time. Mother, what should we do? Of course, Mo Sang knew that their hatred had been made clear. If they didn't kill Di Jun as soon as possible, he would be in big trouble sooner or later. She was the one who knew Di Jun's character best. He's going after Long Chen. Let's go find Long Chen. We'll find him sooner or later. I won't let him escape so easily next time. Mo Sang was delighted and said, "Are you really willing to leave Dark Sky Domain to deal with him?" The Dark Sky Region Lord said in a deep voice, "We've provoked a great enemy. If we don't deal with him now, he will be above me when he becomes an ultimate god. At that time, we will never have a chance to rise again. He has reached such a terrifying level." Mo Sang was in a trance. She remembered that she had the chance to kill Di Jun when she first arrived at the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. However, she didn't. Instead, she was attracted to him. Now that time had passed, it had become like this, whoosh. Di Jun appeared out of thin air. He sat cross-legged on a broken star and recuperated for a long time before he recovered. After checking his divine body, he murmured, "This interstellar teleportation is really exhausting. However, I managed to get rid of the Dark Sky Region Lord." He stood up on the broken star and looked at the endless world. "I didn't go north. Since I've left Divine Demon Biyao Mountain, it should be the south, west, or east. It seems I can't blindly chase after him. I need to prepare something that will allow me to cross millions of galaxies and go directly to him." Di Jun had made up his mind. "Your Majesty, what is it that can do this?" Di Jun said, "I need to go back to Taihao Domain and borrow something from my old friend. As long as I borrow it, I can teleport there as soon as Qian Jihe reports his position. I've underestimated Long Chen. That's why I've been wandering around the myriad worlds for so long. Is it a treasure like Taihao divinities?" "That's right. He's willing to borrow it." Chapter 29:12. Heading southwest from the god-fiend Biyao Mountain, Long Chen did not stop at any of the worlds he encountered. Instead, he traveled at full speed. The infinite realms were so huge. As long as Long Chen did not enter any of the worlds, finding Long Chen in the boundless universe would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The infinite realms were like an endless ocean. Each world was like an island. Some were big, some were small, and each island had life. Of course, many of the islands would definitely be desolate and uninhabited, and even extremely dangerous. Of course, the Biyao Mountain and the Inferno Sun were mentioned. But in fact, there were many harsh worlds in the infinite realms where no living creatures existed. Only the gods could descend. For Long Chen, it was like he was sailing in the ocean. For safety's sake, they had to endure the loneliness. In particular, he could not enter many prehistoric, Genesis, or Order-level worlds. If Di Jun caught up to him in a world of this level, he would have nowhere to run. This time, they persevered for a full 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Long Chen estimated that they were almost in the Western Star regions. Little Shi, take a break. Because of Ling Su's pursuit, Lingxi had basically maintained the sealed realm for the past 10 years. Of course, she mostly used the godly power borrowed from Long Chen through the 3 lifetimes threads. Long Chen could only maintain the sealed realm for 10 years with the support of the wishes of all living beings. Otherwise, in less than half a month, Lingxi's sealed realm would not be able to hold out. Now, they were far enough. In 10 years, Lingxi had comprehended a total of 10 types of heavenly rules and reached the ultimate godly king realm. She was very strong, but it was not convenient for her to fight. As for the remaining 8 types of heavenly rules and spirit arts, Long Chen estimated that in another 10 years, she would be able to become a godly emperor. Besides, Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were both ultimate godly kings. All right. Lingxi obeyed and released the sealed realm. Li Xuanji stared at the arm and did not move. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Mose probably hasn't discovered it yet. Li Xuanji pursed her lips. She had been accompanying Lingxi for the past few days. At this time, she whispered to Lingxi, "Thank you so much for the past few days. You've worked so hard for me." Lingxi shook her head with a smile and said, "It's Chen's power that's practical. I'm fine." Returning to this big family, what she gained was happiness and happiness. Everyone would care about her, which made Li Xuanji very moved. For her, this was already an extravagant hope. She was not a pretentious person. She would silently accept the kindness of others, but she would always remember it in her heart. This vast divine kingdom was their new home. Everyone was moving forward and growing. "I want to give you the essence blood of an unparalleled divine dragon. Are you really not going to give it a try?" In fact, this was Long Chen's original plan. He had mentioned it several times. However, Li Xuanji just smiled and shook her head. "Give it to someone else. I want to rest for a while and travel around this divine kingdom." If she inherited the essence blood, she was worried that there would be more pressure. In fact, she was also afraid that she would waste the essence blood of an unparalleled divine dragon like Long Chen. Long Chen didn't force her. After a while, the 9-yin mystic moon on her arm flashed again. Mose found it. As soon as her voice faded, Mose's eyes appeared. She smiled evilly and said, "My good disciple, I didn't expect you to go to the Western Star region. Stay there. Your teacher and I will come to find you soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Lingxi's sealed realm was opened again. Indeed, the sealed realm couldn't be closed at all times. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. She knew that he was in the Western Star region. After all, this place was huge. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack for her to find him. The problem was that the Shady Sky region master was also here. That was a supreme deity. I'm insignificant in the eyes of the Shady Sky region master. Why did she come with Mose? Li Xuanji didn't understand. This was out of Long Chen's expectation. Everyone felt uneasy. Long Chen said, "It's just Mose's side of the story. Don't worry too much. Even if she comes, what can she do? However, from now on, the sealed realm must be opened. Moreover, we have to find a way to break the rules. The sealed realm mainly used his power. Lingxi only played the role of a guide. She wouldn't be tired. Within 10 years, it wouldn't be a big problem. We should be at the edge of the Western Star region now, but we don't know anything about what's in front of us. With our current situation, it's difficult to make progress and comprehend in space. We have to fight Dijun and find more things that the dragon god lost. We have to go into the world. Long Chen paused and continued, then, the small world will be very dangerous. Moreover, the possibility of finding things left by the dragon god is very low. We have to go to the biggest world here, where we have the best opportunities. Even if Dijun finds this place, he can't do anything. So, we have to go to the core of the Western Star region. If he was in a world like the building with sacred tree and Dijun chased him, there would be nowhere to run. But if he was in a higher world, that world was too big. Even if he chased him, Dijun wouldn't be able to find him instantly. He still had a chance to escape. Now that 10 years had passed, it was time to find a new breakthrough point. Long Chen had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Then, we have to get the star map of the Western Star region from a world. At least, we have to know what kind of powerful world is here. After making up his mind, Long Chen continued on his journey. If the Shady Sky Domain Lord comes, and I bring you so much trouble, I'm really sorry. Ever since Li Xuanji came back, she still had this worry in her heart. Long Chen said, maybe there are other reasons. There's still a long way to go. You should be more open-minded and come with us. It's not certain who will win and who will lose. Xuanji, we have the Origin Dragon Palace. In the end, even the Divine Venerable Ones will have to fear us. She saw Long Chen's confidence. She was also greatly encouraged by his great strength. She saw the majestic power in Long Chen's eyes. You're right. I'm too timid. Li Xuanji suddenly thought it through. She said, no matter what, you brought me away from Mo Sang's clutches. From now on, I'll follow you. I'll go wherever you go. Give me the Supreme Divine Dragon's inheritance essence blood. I'm already too far behind. I want to catch up with you and help you. You can do it. Long Chen had already chosen a suitable one for her. It was ranked 9th, and it was one of the Shadow Dream Charm Dragon Syndicate dragons. It was the first syndicate dragon named Charm Dragon. It had the Ancestral Dragon's most magical transformation rule. Although it didn't have an origin dragon soul, it was Long Chen's future goal. He wanted Li Xuanji to be as strong as Yang Lingqing. Her future was limitless. He helped Li Xuanji inherit the Charm Dragon's inheritance essence blood. Big brother, this should be a primordial chaos realm world. Another 3 years had passed. They had already gone a little deeper into the Western Star region. During these 3 years, they had been looking for a suitable world with more information and a more complete star chart. For them, a primordial chaos realm world should be safer. A world like this should have a god emperor. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang stood outside this world. This was a sword-shaped continent. The sword-shaped continent was incomparably huge. It was at least 10 times the size of the dragon sacrificial continent. There were many small swords around the sword-shaped continent. Although they were small swords, the territory on each small sword was at least the size of several eternal god domains. Countless small swords surrounded the giant sword in the center, forming a sword sea. The territory of all the small swords added up was more than 3 times the size of the giant sword in the center. In this world, the giant sword in the center was the core, and the countless small swords around it were its vassals. It was a little like the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. In the center was the Spirit Essence Star, and there were 10,000 planets around it. However, this sword sea was much bigger than the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. At a rough glance, there were at least 20 trillion living beings. It was 2 or 3 times bigger than the Builder Tree. This world seems to revere the sword very much. It seems like all the martial artists use the sword as a weapon, and they have achieved great things in this path. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang descended here. Their target was naturally the giant sword in the center. Of course, when they landed, they could not see that the continent was a sword at all, just like how they did not know that the dragon sacrificial continent was in the shape of a dragon back then. This place is called the Single Origin Sword Sea. It is indeed a primordial chaos realm world. It is said that there are several god emperors here. It seems like this world is similar to the sacrificial god world, but all the martial artists here use swords. Apart from swords, there doesn't seem to be any other weapon. Even the destinable divine artifacts are all swords. Long Chen gained a rough understanding of this world. He and Mo Xiaolang sped across this continent, passing by billions of living beings. They were looking for a god emperor. Chapter 29:13. The seventh sword god was what the living beings called this divine emperor. Presumably, this deity emperor's battle prowess ranked 7th among all the deity emperors in the primary sword sea. And Sword Venerable 7 Origins was his true name in the fiend god world. He could tell at a glance that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were divine demons from another world. A primordial chaos realm already had a lot of communication with the outside world. With the single origin sword sea's splendor, it was very normal for it to attract divine demons from another world. Long Chen was a little more discreet, giving 2 random names. He didn't want to be as high profile as he had been on Mount Buzhou. He said, "We came to the single origin sword sea mainly to get a star map of the Western Star Domain from our friends here. To be honest, we want to explore the Western Star Domain, but we don't know where to go, so we're confused. If it was just a star map, it wouldn't be a big deal." Sword Venerable 7 Origins was, of course, worried that they had ulterior motives. After all, although Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang seemed to be god kings, he vaguely sensed danger from them. If they dared to come to him directly, they wouldn't have come without confidence. Sword Venerable 7 Origins suddenly smiled. "We've never met before. There seems to be no reason for us to give you whatever you want. How about this, if you two can defeat me, not only can I give you a star map, but I can also introduce you to the Western Star Domain. How about it?" He was full of fighting spirit. He already knew about the other divine emperors of the first origin sword sea. There was no point in fighting them. Finally, 2 divine kings who looked decent had arrived. Sword Venerable 7 Origins wanted to test them. Otherwise, if he casually gave away the star map, it would seem that Sword Venerable 7 Origins was afraid of Long Chen and the others. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang exchanged a glance. If Long Chen fought, it would be very easy to deal with Sword Venerable 7 Origins. Although he was good, he wouldn't be much stronger than an eternal god race divine emperor. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolang's eyes lit up as he said, "Big brother, just leave it to me this time. I haven't had the chance to fight against the divine emperor yet." It had been more than 10 years since he became an ultimate god king and obtained the Sunshot God Bow and Sunset God Arrow. In these 10 years, Mo Xiaolang had been studying and had made great progress in all aspects. Although his archery skills were far from Tian Yi's, he had his own strengths. When used together, the power was even greater. "All right." Long Chen patted his shoulder and laughed heartily. "Why don't the 2 of you come at me together?" Sword Venerable 7 Origins admired their courage. "It's just a sparring session. I'll handle it myself. We really just want a star map." With that, Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen headed out into the starry sky. If they fought here, they would probably destroy the single origin sword sea. With their current abilities, even a little bit of damage could cause the deaths of millions. When they reached the starry sky, Sword Venerable 7 Origins was startled, but he still followed, chasing after Long Chen and the others until the single origin sword sea gradually shrunk in their eyes. One day later. They were already far enough away. "Begin." Long Chen retreated to the back, letting Imo Xiaolang fight on his own. Sword Venerable Seven Origins stood before him, cold as a sword. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his sword will surged. Those who cultivated the sword had a different aura. The man was like the sword, and the sword was like the man. Ding! With a ringing sound, a green longsword appeared in Sword Venerable Seven Origins' hand. It was green like a bamboo, verdant and glistening, but also shockingly sharp, making one unable to look directly at it. As it moved, cracks appeared in the surrounding starry sky, twisting and distorting like ripples on the surface of a lake. Whoosh! At that moment, the longsword split into 7, and each one was identical. One of them was held in Sword Venerable Seven Origins' hand, while the other 6 danced around him, protecting him. Pay attention. When he said these 3 words, Sword Venerable Seven Origins' aura suddenly changed. It went from being ready to attack to surging. Sword chi tore the sky, and the 7 divine swords buzzed. These 7 swords were actually just one sword. Of course, it was a primordial chaos grade destiny type divine weapon. But the amazing thing was that after it evolved, it could be used as 7 primordial chaos grade destiny type divine weapons. 7 kills swordsmanship. Suddenly, sword light shone from Sword Venerable Seven Origins glabella. His long hair and beard danced, and the sword in his hand drew a mysterious arc, spinning like a flower. 7 sword lights appeared and attacked Imo Xiaolang from 7 directions. Sword Venerable Seven Origins' sword Dao was very strange. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. The seemingly simple sword lights contained cold killing rules and violent divine power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 sword lights pierced through the space. Imo Xiaolang was instantly faced with danger. The other party did not show any mercy. Of course, he was already prepared. At that moment, the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame appeared in his left and right hands, and the 2 kinds of Ancestral Flames fused in his hands. Heart-gathering flame. The 2 kinds of flames condensed at a point. Instead of rushing towards each other, they exploded in front of Imo Xiaolang and formed a flame vortex, blocking Imo Xiaolang behind it. When the extreme cold met the extreme heat and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame, the flame vortex formed by the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame immediately formed an unimaginable tearing force when extreme cold met extreme heat. Whoosh whoosh. The 7 ferocious sword lights were pulled away by Imo Xiaolang's flame vortex. They brushed past Imo Xiaolang's body and did not really hurt Imo Xiaolang. As such, he managed to dodge Sword Sovereign Seven Origins' attack. However, Sword Sovereign Seven Origins did not stop there. After unleashing his first attack, he turned into a white light and disappeared in a flash. The second nomological attack was about to be prepared. In front of him, Imo Xiaolang was hidden in the boundless flames, and he could not see her clearly. This kind of flames made Sword Venerable Seven Origins very fearful, and he did not dare to approach. In fact, he had already sensed the aura of a fortune divine weapon in the flames. Moreover, it was a chaos divine weapon. A godly monarch actually controls a primordial chaos divine weapon, and 2 of them. This made him quite surprised. Whoosh. At this moment, a black light suddenly tore through the flames and instantly appeared in front of him. It was an arrow, and this arrow was burning with black and white flames. Not only did it have violent divine power, but it also had the destructive power of the 2 ancestral flames. Sword of Karma. Sword Venerable Seven Origins was shocked. Before the setting sun god arrow could reach him, he slashed at the tip of the arrow. Although the setting sun god arrow did not hit him, the flames rushed over like a poisonous snake and touched his body. The flames immediately charred half of his arm. What a terrifying flame! Sword Venerable Seven Origins was even more shocked. But this was just the beginning. The speed at which Imo Xiaolang used the setting sun god arrow was even faster than Tian-yi. In the blink of an eye, the setting sun god arrow was back in his hand. He had enough power to pull the shooting sun god Biyao to its limit and release it again. This time, it was even stronger than the last time. Sky Weep Sword Soul. Sword Venerable 7 Origins swordsmanship was superb. He could basically block Mo Xiaolang's setting sun god arrow every time, but he could not block the 2 ancestral flames. He wanted to get close to Mo Xiaolang at all times, but Mo Xiaolang's attack speed was just too fast. He had set up flames throughout the starry sky, and as he moved between the flames, Sword Venerable 7 Origins could not get close at all. In the end, Sword Venerable 7 Origins had many wounds on his body. Alright, I admit defeat. Before this, Sword Venerable 7 Origins naturally did not think that he would admit defeat so pathetically. Now that he saw himself in such a sorry state, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was the one who had taken the initiative to provoke Long Chen and the others. He did not expect that one of their people would make him lose. Thanks for letting me win. Mo Xiaolang put away the shooting sun god Biyao and setting sun god arrow. You are the best. After his defeat, Sword Venerable 7 Origins was a little more amiable. After all, he knew that with their capabilities, if they had any ulterior motives, they could have just attacked him directly. Moreover, from the conversation between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, it was clear that Long Chen was the big brother, or perhaps even more powerful. The one who had made Sword Venerable 7 Origins feel threatened at the beginning was Long Chen. Sword Venerable 7 Origins had been burned by the ancestral flames. After Mo Xiaolang had approached him, he had taken away the ancestral flames for him, allowing his injuries to recover on their own. It's alright. This is the star map of the Western Star Domain. I lost the bet, so I'll hand it over to you now. Long Chen took the star map, which had several thousand worlds of the Western Star Domain marked out in detail. With a rough look, the entire Western Star Domain was divided into 5 regions. The central region was 4 times larger than the other 4. Sword Venerable 7 Origins became familiar with them and said, "These are the 5 Western regions. Our single origin Sword C is in the Mount Wu God area. There is a supreme God spirit in the Mount Wu God area, the famous Mount Wu God Lady. She controls us, but as you can see, the Mount Wu God area is the smallest of the 5 Western regions." Oh right, where did you come from? Long Chen fabricated a story and said, "From the Northern Star area." Sword Venerable 7 Origins said, "There are 8 regions in the north. 5 of them form the Heaven Area Alliance. Among them, the Heavenly God area is the strongest. It has an original incipient grade world. Although there are 8 regions, their overall power isn't stronger than the 5 Western regions. You can see that this central region is 4 times larger than the other 4 regions. There are more than 1,000 worlds in it." Of course, Long Chen saw this place. After getting the star map, he forgot to thank Sword Venerable 7 Origins. However, Sword Venerable 7 Origins was a man of his word and kept his promise. He said, "You seem to want to go to a lively place, so let's go to the largest domain. The core of this domain is the core of the entire Western Star region. Although there is only one domain here, it is the size of your entire Heaven Region Alliance. Its name is Pangu Domain. Pangu Territory." 1 was equivalent to 4. Long Chen was surprised. The core of Pangu Territory is the place with the most experts in the Western Star area. There are 4 super worlds here. 3 of them are eternal level worlds, and the central one is an original incipient grade world. The 3 eternal level worlds surround an original incipient grade world. To reach the 8th rank original incipient grade world, you have to go through 3 eternal level worlds. One region had 4 eternal level worlds and 1 original incipient grade world. This was already terrifying. After all, the Tianyin territory, the Tianxia territory, and the Mount Wu God area only had 1 eternal level world. As for the original incipient grade worlds, they could be counted on one's fingers in the entire universe. Sword Venerable 7 Origins pointed at the center of the star map and said, "These 3 eternal level worlds surrounding the original incipient grade world are called the 3 heavens. They are the jade pure sky, the shang pure sky, and the extreme pure sky. The three heavens are almost gathered together. They are the three closest eternal level worlds in the universe. They are also very similar. There are many experts among them. The rulers of any one of the three heavens are stronger than the goddess of Mount Wu. There was a standard on the star map. The three heavens existed in the form of three clouds. These three clouds entangled and connected. In the center of them, there seemed to be a continent. Sword Venerable Seven Origins' finger finally touched the continent in the center. He said, "This is the original incipient grade world of the Western Star area. It is the highest level world that we all yearn for. It is also the place with the most gods and demons. I heard that there are many god emperors and divine venerables here. What is the name of this original incipient grade world?" Long Chen knew that this world was very different from Burning Sun and Mount Biyao. Although they were at the same level, one was heaven and the other was hell. This kind of original incipient grade world could produce the most experts. It was the best place to cultivate. Sword Venerable Seven Origins took a deep breath and said, "Within the three heavens is our holy land, Pangu continent. The strongest expert of our Western Star area lives on Pangu continent. I heard that he is at the same level as the heavenly god Luya in the north. We used to call him the Savage Desolation Ancient God." Long Chen didn't ask about the Savage Desolation Ancient God. He mentioned it himself. Obviously, he admired this divine venerable a lot. If so, the core of the Pangu territory was really terrifying. Chapter 29:14. The Third Heaven. Pangu Continent. The core of the Western Star region. After taking the star map, Long Chen thanked Sword Venerable Chiyuan. "You're welcome. You won it, and I'm just fulfilling my promise. But, you too have to be more careful when you go to the third heaven. After all, although you too are strong, there are many god emperors in the third heaven, and the number of god emperors on Pangu continent is even more than the total number of god emperors in the third heaven. The more experts there are, the more dangerous it will be for you too." Sword Venerable Seven Origins was an open and frank person. "In that case, I won't keep you here." Of course, Long Chen would not stay in this sword ocean. After all, he had been traveling here for more than 10 days, and he did not find anything like what he found in the divine tree of construction. There should not be any blood essence or origin dragon soul of the supreme divine dragon here. After bidding farewell to Sword Venerable Chiyuan, Long Chen and Mo Shaolang resumed their journey. Through the star map, Long Chen had roughly seen the distribution of the entire Western Star region. Of course, it also marked many places that even the gods and fiends could not reach. Those places were temporarily blank, which might be a direction for Long Chen to explore in the future. But, what he wanted to go now was still the third heaven and Pangu continent. Especially Pangu continent, the original incipient world. Long Chen had not even seen a real eternal world. Of course, he wanted to see how different these super worlds were. Originally, there was the Eternal God Tribe and Dijun. Now that the Eternal God Tribe has been dealt with, Dijun is still like a maggot attached to a bone. I don't know when he will appear next to me. I'm afraid I can fight a consummate God Emperor now, but I should still be a little weaker than a God Emperor like Dijun who has mastered the Eternal Opal. If I can make rapid progress in the third heaven or Pangu continent, not only in the laws, but also in the realm. If he did not deal with Dijun, his adventure in the myriad of worlds and his search for the relics left behind by the divine dragon would be a fugitive. Of course, he was not willing to be chased like this. Mount Biyao was the place where he dealt with the Eternal God Tribe. He looked forward and thought to himself, in the core of the West, I must obtain power comparable to Dijun. After all, the blood devouring was not that simple. Blindly consuming it would affect Long Chen's mental state. After all, he was already above the God King level. He needed to improve his nomological laws. After all, he was not from the sky-devouring clan. He was not like Mo Shaolang, who could even devour nomological laws. The blood devourer could only be used as a catalyst at the final juncture of a breakthrough, allowing Long Chen to break through. It was another long journey. But this time, everyone was full of confidence, and they were all cultivating. In the endless starry sky, 1 year, 2 years, time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. Who would have thought that Lingxi would be the first among them to become a true God Emperor? In these 10 years, she had comprehended 2 types of heaven rule spirit arts. Now, she only had 6 left. Just as Long Chen had predicted, she had entered the God realm of absolute beginning. The absolute beginning was very close to the origin. Among them, the first was the God realm of absolute beginning. Everyone cheered. Even though Lingxi was in the final stages of her pregnancy and could not participate in battles, she undoubtedly had the ability to protect herself. Therefore, Long Chen was even more at ease with her. Most importantly, through the 3 lifetimes love thread, her improvements had helped Long Chen, allowing Long Chen to use more power. The pure immortal source body was also formed. After becoming a God Emperor, Lingxi's aura became even more elegant and ethereal. After Lingxi became a God Emperor, her sealed realm was even stronger. She did not have to worry about Imo Sang and the rest discovering her. However, at this time, after Li Xuanji inherited the inheritance blood essence of the charming dragon, she began to change. The changes in her body actually managed to expel the 9 mystic moon. This sort of nomological law could only be broken by Li Xuanji herself. When the 9 mystic moon disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone, we might have reached the 3rd heaven. Long Chen suddenly laughed. The long journey through the starry sky was rather boring. All these years, there had been no news of Di Jun and Imo Sang. Fortunately, they had finally reached the 3rd heaven. 3 eternal realms. Everyone grew excited and came to the slaughter dragon boat to watch. In front of the slaughter dragon boat, there was still a long distance. Several white clouds appeared, similar to what was described on the star map. What beautiful and pure clouds! Everyone could not help but sigh. They looked small now, but that was because they were still very far away. As expected of an eternal realm. Although it was still very far away, the impact on the world level was still there. Just like when Long Chen had first landed on Fiend God Buzhou Mountain, the world there was very stable and terrifying. Although the 3rd heaven is still very far away, it's already suppressing us. In the 3rd heaven, the number of god fiends added up should be innumerable. Even the mortals are basically in the rebirth tribulation realm. They can probably become god fiends at any time. They continued to approach at high speed. The purpose of going to the 3rd heaven was obvious. There were no resources or challenges in the starry sky, and even if one reached the limit, it was difficult to break through. But these worlds were different. They meant opportunities, and also meant danger. Only when they got closer did they realize how huge the 3rd heaven was. 3 eternal realms intertwined and added together. A vast and endless sea of clouds. In terms of the scope of this sea of clouds, it was probably dozens of times larger than the origin sword sea they had seen before. There were at least tens of trillions or even hundreds of trillions of living beings in each of the 3 eternal realms. All the living beings and trees in the 3rd heaven added up to more than 200 trillion. This meant that the area of the territory here was more than 200 times that of the dragon sacrificial continent. More than 200 dragon sacrificial continents turned into a sea of clouds, intertwined with each other. Even Panga continent was hidden in this 3rd heaven. The sea of clouds was endless, rolling up and down. Around the 3rd heaven, in the endless starry sky, several worlds could be vaguely seen, but all of them were dominated by the 3rd heaven and Panga continent. After getting closer, there were no clouds in Long Chen's eyes, only an endless sea of clouds, with no end in sight. The world was white, and the mortals here lived above this sea of clouds. In the 3rd heaven, the heaven and earth energy was so rich that it exceeded Long Chen's imagination. Even the most ordinary person, under the infusion of such rich heaven and earth energy, would reach the reincarnation tribulation realm, or even become a fiend god. In a world of this level, becoming a fiend god was simply too easy. The heaven and earth energy that swept across the entire third heaven was called the three pure energy, by the people of the third heaven. This third heaven was also called the heaven realm, by the entire Western Star region. Generally, the experts who had achieved the Tao in the Western Star region would go to the heaven realm and establish their foundation there. Because more than 200 trillion living beings in the three worlds were all experts, there was no problem for them to live in this endless sea of clouds. Of course, in the sea of clouds, there were also mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, but not many. Most of the mortals lived directly in the sea of clouds. They traveled in the sky full of clouds, cultivated, and even built homes, cities, and palaces in the clouds. In the endless heaven realm, Long Chen withdrew the slaughter dragon boat and descended into this world with Mo Xiaolang. It was a world that was almost pure white. The three pure energy swept across, and every place was quite comfortable. It seemed loose, but it was stable. So beautiful. The girls in the divine kingdom couldn't help but come out and touch the clouds that filled the sky. At this moment, Origin Dragon Palace moved. It was absorbing the three pure energy on its own and instilling it into the divine kingdom. As time went on, it was likely that the balance of power between the divine kingdom and this eternal level world would be formed. At that time, the people of Dragon Sacrificial Continent would easily become stronger with the power of this eternal level world. It shouldn't cause any changes in the third heaven. After all, the land in my divine kingdom is not as big as Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Origin Dragon Palace didn't need Long Chen to control it. It absorbed the energy on its own. I don't know which of the third heaven this is. Let's take a walk here first. After coming here, it was very easy to not expose their names and participate in the battle. Because this was the core of the Western Star region, almost no gods came here, and even settled down here to establish their own forces. Therefore, Long Chen and his group were not special, and could only be considered relatively strong. This is the grand pure heaven of the third heaven. It should be the outermost layer of the third heaven. Of course, the third heaven is more or less the same. It's enough for us to train, and we don't have to go to the centermost Panga continent for the time being. Along the way, Long Chen casually caught a god and learned a lot about the third heaven from him. For example, the divine sovereign of the Grand Pure Heaven was called Grand Pure Tao Ancestor. He had established the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace and ruled the entire Grand Pure Heaven, like a supreme emperor. Of course, there were many forces under the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace, but none of them could challenge its prestige. The power of the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace was spread all over the Grand Pure Heaven, and could be seen everywhere. Of course, only those who had reached the realm of God King were qualified to enter the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace. Of course, strength alone was not enough, and one had to go through many tests. Therefore, in the Grand Pure Heaven, as long as one was a disciple of the Grand Pure Heavenly Palace, even if he was just a God King, even the other God Emperors would not dare to offend him. Long Chen and his group traveled along the way. This Grand Pure Heaven is just too big. They had been traveling for several months, but they had not gone far. Along the way, they met countless living beings living in the sea of clouds. They called themselves the Heavenly Clan. As long as they were a native of the Grand Pure Heaven, they would have a heavenly mark on their forehead. It was this mark that allowed them to distinguish their origins. Therefore, the Heavenly Clan was quite proud. One could find a god in any of the clans here. Chapter 29:15. However, these days, Long Chen had been staying in the periphery of the Great Pure Heaven. Most of the experts in the Great Pure Heaven were in the center area. There was no obvious border, but Long Chen knew that the closer he went, the more experts he would meet. If I want to have a better contact with this world, I have to enter the vortex of this world. In front of me is the vortex of this world. After resting for a while, he and Mo Xiaolang broke through the layers of clouds, heading towards the most important area of the Great Pure Heaven. The legendary Great Pure Heaven Palace was also in this location. Along the way, there were many people. The so-called heavenly clans were also having all kinds of internal battles. They were fighting for power, Tao treasures, and creation divine treasures. The resources here were abundant, but the competition was also fiercer. It was only with Long Chen's current cultivation that he was able to stand above everyone else. His goals had become even greater. Even so, we still can't get rid of the category of people. Because they are fighting, we are also fighting. I wonder what the situation is like in the original incipient realm world, Panga continent. The third heaven is the most important place in the Western Star region. We have to search carefully. Maybe there's a supreme divine dragon's inheritance blood essence or an origin dragon's soul. Maybe it's collected by other gods, or maybe it's hidden in some secret realm. Therefore, the most important thing was to shoulder the mission given by the dragon attendants. Breaking through the sea of clouds, they kept searching. But to be honest, it was no doubt difficult to find what they wanted in such a vast world. Walking and stopping, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had traveled to many places, but they hadn't found anything yet. "We can't be impatient," said Mo Xiaolang emotionally. In fact, he was more suitable to come here, because his growth was what he needed to devour. The two of them wandered in the sea of clouds, and below them were all the living beings. At this moment, a chubby toddler suddenly appeared in front of them. Although he was young, he could move his legs and dance in the clouds. He laughed and rolled towards Long Chen and Bai Yunfei. This toddler was extremely happy, and his face was filled with smiles. But what made Long Chen speechless was that such a tiny thing actually had Divine Lord Realm too. Therefore, if this child was placed on the former dragon sacrificial continent, he would be able to destroy the dragon sacrificial continent. The gap was so huge. This was probably the descendant of that expert. Long Chen stepped aside, not paying much attention to it. At that moment, however, the toddler saw Long Chen and ran over. It curiously looked at Long Chen and asked in a sweet voice, "Big brothers, where are you going? Let's walk around." The child laughed and applauded. "All right, I'm just walking around. Can I follow you guys? There are many bad guys chasing me. They want to kill me." "Yes." Long Chen was stunned for a moment. This little brat had happily rolled over and told him that someone wanted to kill him. He must be joking with him. He carefully sized up the child and realized that the copper bell hanging around his neck was a little strange. It looked like a creation divine artifact, but it didn't contain any creation divine power. Looking deeper, the child was actually very mysterious. Long Chen couldn't see through his tiny body and felt like he was in a hallucination. "Big brother, I'll follow you guys." The child happily rolled around them. Wherever Long Chen went, he would follow. He should be a playful little fellow. Let's ignore him. Long Chen continued in the direction of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. At that moment, danger appeared behind them. Long Chen's first reaction was that the child was attacking him. But he soon knew that wasn't the case because the child was actually crying. Looking back, a god shrouded in black fog suddenly appeared in the clouds behind them. He held a black dagger in his hand and was stabbing at the child's head. That black dagger was a primordial chaos-grade creation divine artifact. A god emperor. This was the first god emperor Long Chen had encountered since arriving here. Although this person was shrouded in black fog and was hiding her figure, one could roughly tell that she was a woman. But she actually attacked a child in front of Long Chen. Long Chen had to do something about it. Seeing that the child was about to die at the hands of the god emperor, he didn't use the god-slaying sword. Instead, he used his finger as a sword and stabbed out with the sword of time. Although it wasn't as powerful as the god-slaying sword, it was fast and fierce. It instantly hit the god emperor's dagger. Ding! The god emperor and the dagger were both sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were in front of the child to protect him. Who are you? How dare you stop me from killing the child prodigy? Just 2 god kings and you want to snatch this treasure? The woman screamed angrily. From the looks of it, her strength was about the same as Sword Venerable 7 Origins. In her anger, she directly used the God Emperor's law. However, Long Chen was much faster than her. This time, he directly stabbed out 3 times with his finger. 3 swords of time shot out. So. The swords of time were terrifyingly fast. The woman's law's execution was forcefully interrupted. She could only block one of the swords with her fastest speed. The other 2 swords directly pierced through her round thighs, drawing out 2 trails of blood. Scram, or the next time will be your law's core. Long Chen condensed the power of time on his finger. His law's speed and ferocity directly suppressed the woman. Under the pain, the God Emperor hurriedly retreated. At the same time, she said unwillingly, even if you kill the child prodigy, you won't be able to keep the treasure. My master will be here soon. Just wait for your death. With that, she disappeared into the thick clouds and fled. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. Kill the child prodigy. Whose child is this? What does it have to do with the treasure? Long Chen turned around in confusion. He was shocked when he saw that the little fellow who was behind him and Mo Xiaolang just now had disappeared. The 2 of them looked at each other. Mo Xiaolang said, "This child is very strange. If he's just a God Emperor, he wouldn't be able to disappear behind us without us noticing." Long Chen thought for a while and said, "It doesn't seem to have much to do with us. Let's go there. Since a God Emperor appeared here, it means that we're already at the core of the clear sky." Yes. To the 2 of them, this matter was just an interlude. Kill the child prodigy and get the treasure. Long Chen thought for a while. Could it be that killing the child prodigy would give him something? Moreover, that woman had a master. Could her master be an ultimate God Emperor? If they encountered someone like the blissful God Emperor, then their luck would be terrible. They continued on for another day. Danger still approached them. He stopped because someone was chasing after him. From his senses, it shouldn't be an ultimate God Emperor. As long as it wasn't an ultimate God Emperor, Long Chen didn't have to worry about it for now. A total of 5 God Emperors broke through the clouds and appeared in front of Long Chen. As expected of an eternal level world. There are 5 God Emperors just like that. As far as the eye could see, there were actually 4 God Emperors carrying a palanquin. One of them sat in the palanquin, chasing after Long Chen like this. To be honest, it was rather interesting. The 4 deity emperors who were carrying the palanquin were all beautiful women. One of them was wearing a gorgeous black dress which was inlaid with precious chaos treasures. Although it was beautiful, her face was filled with killing intent. She should be the deity emperor who was chased away by Zhongyu. The other 3 were wearing red, orange, and green dresses respectively. They had different appearances and auras. The person in the palanquin sure was lucky to be served by 4 God Emperors like this. He was actually the first person Long Chen saw. He was a man with long hair that reached his waist. His silver hair was extremely dazzling, and he was extremely handsome. He stood high and mighty, with a pair of long, narrow eyes that were extremely cold. He wore silver robes and sat lazily in the palanquin. He looked at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with slightly squinted eyes, but he did not seem to care much. This one isn't a final divine king, but he's a little stronger than the 4 beside him. He should be a divine king at perfection like the Dark Star divine king. In the past, this kind of expert would have been terrifying to Long Chen. However, after experiencing several metamorphoses on Mount Buzhou, even if Donghua the Great Emperor stood before Long Chen back then, Long Chen would have nothing to be afraid of. Master, they were the ones who killed the child prodigy, stole that thing, and injured me. You have to avenge me. The black-robed woman said sweetly. The man in the palanquin opened his eyes with difficulty and glanced at Long Chen. He said, "Mere god kings. You sure are disappointing. How can these two kids have the right to make me, God King Tianxi, take action? The four of you can go have some fun together." The man was handsome, but his words were bewitching. It was nauseating. Actually, what Long Chen did not know was that this God King Tianxi's nickname was actually the Devil. He looked young, but he had actually cultivated for close to 100 million years already. He was one of the experts that had existed in the grand pure heaven since a very long time ago. He loved beauties, and his 4 concubines were all divine kings. They were the most enviable figures in the grand pure heaven. Normally, he basically did not even need to lift a finger. For the sake of his favor, his 4 concubines would fight over everything. "Yes, master." The other 3 concubines glanced at the black-robed woman in disdain before surrounding Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The black-robed woman trembled in anger, but she was angered by Long Chen, so she caught up as well. She said furiously, "Leave this one to me. You deal with the other 3. I want to fight him fair and square this time." She was still bold enough to challenge Long Chen alone. "You wish. Master wants us to deal with him together. Yet you still want to show off before master. What did you say, bitch? I beat the crap out of you last time. How dare you insult me? I'll kill you." Chapter 29:16. The devil was a well-known figure in the entire grand pure heaven. If he was in a primordial chaos world, such as the sacrificial god Great World or the single origin Sword Sea, he would be the lord of the world. Since he was called an old demon, it naturally meant that he had an eclectic style of doing things. He was demonic and temperamental. He was in a hurry to get the dead world blood bead. The quarrel between the 4 concubines made him a little angry. Dead world. Blood bead. From what the devil said, the dead world blood bead should be the treasure that they could obtain by killing the child prodigy. As soon as the devil finished speaking, the 4 primordial god emperors charged towards Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. They were god emperors after all and had already reached the god realm of absolute beginning. Mo Xiaolang was only a god king and could only deal with one of them at the moment. Long Chen wanted to deal with 3 goddess emperors. They still have another perfected god emperor. We have to get rid of these 4 quickly. Otherwise, we will be the ones to suffer, Long Chen said to Mo Xiaolang quickly. This was no laughing matter. To be honest, ever since he defeated unrivaled heavenly god, he had yet to fight a true perfection realm deity emperor, especially an old monster like old monster Tianxi. This should be his limit. Now that he had finally met an opponent, he naturally could not run away. However, he could not afford to be careless. Mo Xiaolang immediately retreated. The 2 ancestral fires surrounded him. Amidst the burning flames, one could vaguely see him taking out the sunshot divine bow and the sunset divine arrow. The 2 weapons quickly merged together. Mo Xiaolang had used a better method of coordination. He attacked from afar while Long Chen fought in close combat. "Thief, don't even think of escaping. How dare you snatch Divine Emperor Tianxi's item? How audacious. Stop it." There were 2 goddess emperors who wanted to chase after Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with both of his hands. 100,000 devil soldiers roared in the sword. He moved swiftly and appeared in front of the 4 god emperors in an instant. With a sweep of his sword, just the explosion of mixed primordial divine power forced the 4 of them to retreat, preventing them from getting close to Mo Xiaolang. Seeing this sword, the devil narrowed his eyes. A primordial chaos divine artifact. The 4 goddess emperors were slightly taken aback, but they immediately continued to attack. Since Long Chen had stopped them alone, they were naturally prepared to surround and kill Long Chen. Unless Long Chen had reached the perfected divine emperor realm, it would be impossible for him to escape the encirclement of 4 primordial divine emperors. The four of them had taken out their primordial chaos divine artifacts. Long Chen's surroundings were rapidly filled with the power of several laws. The four god emperors shouted. Although they were beautiful, their attacks were extremely ruthless. For mysterious and cold laws went straight for Long Chen's life. Bang! The setting sun divine arrow shot out. 2 layers of ancestral fire wrapped around it. The arrow was like a rainbow that pierced through the sun, shooting towards the red-dressed goddess emperor who had her back facing Imo Shaolang. It was swift and ruthless, arriving in an instant. The arrow caused the red-dressed goddess emperor to retract all her laws. She had already realized that she was in grave danger. Such a strong attack. She turned pale with fright as she turned around to resist Imo Xiaolang's setting sun divine arrow. Long Chen laughed. His gaze swept past the 3 goddess emperors in front of him and landed on God Emperor Tian Shi. Suddenly, his hands expanded several times in an instant. The laws of time erupted. Not only did it disrupt the sea of time, but it also greatly affected the speed of the 4 goddess emperors. The god-slaying sword in his hands even condensed the sword of time. Swish! 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 3 swords flew out with incredible speed. The power and speed of time surpassed everything. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen rushed out of their encirclement. Behind him, the 3 goddess emperors who were facing him were all covered with sword scars of time. If Long Chen had not held back, they would have died. The other one was still struggling under the attack of Mo Xiaolang's setting sun divine arrow. It could be said that the outcome of the battle had been decided in an instant. Pa! The devil smashed the carriage he was sitting on and stood up in the endless clouds. A pair of silver eyes stared at Long Chen. Come back. Under his order, although the 4 goddess emperors were unwilling, they had no choice but to retreat. However, they were also a little worried. Long Chen was simply stronger than they had expected. Long Chen could have killed them with that sword attack. However, they had embarrassed him in front of their master. Master, give us a chance. We will defeat them. Be obedient and watch. The devil knew very well that the primordial god emperors were no match for Long Chen. As a consummate god emperor, he could naturally feel the threat from Long Chen. Both of them faced each other in the sea of clouds. Against primordial god emperors, Long Chen's sword of time could simply crush them. However, he wasn't too sure about perfected god emperors. Facing old freak Tianxi head-on, Long Chen's blood, which had not heated up in the past 20 years, was once again boiling. He wiped the blood off his face and said, "Do you want to fight?" After old monster Tianxi dismissed the 4 concubines, she suddenly smiled and said, "Ah, I remember who you are now. However, I'm even more interested in you now. In that case, let's decide who's the victor first. You know who I am." Long Chen was secretly surprised. Could it be that his reputation had already spread to the 3rd heaven and Panga continent? That's not important. What's important is that the dead world blood pearl belongs to me. If you give it to me, I can forgive you for injuring my concubines. Old monster Tianxi smiled in a devilish manner. Long Chen exchanged a glance with Mo Xiaolang and said, "Forget it. I'd like to fight you now. Let's see what you can do to make these 4 beautiful god emperors follow you so wholeheartedly." The 4 god emperors hated Long Chen to the core, but after being praised by Long Chen, their anger subsided a lot. Humph. The devil snorted coldly. He was a demon. The 2 men stood facing each other under the clouds. Mo Xiaolang and the 4 god emperors had retreated, leaving the battlefield to them. This was a place with fewer living beings. Although the fight would cause quite a stir, it should not be too big in an eternal-level world. This was the first time he challenged a perfection-level god emperor. Long Chen, on the other hand, was full of confidence. Take this first. The devil threw out a punch. Everything in front of him shattered, and a silver fist suddenly transformed into a silver rhino before Long Chen's eyes, charging toward Long Chen. The rhino had a sharp horn, a huge body, and a thick skin. Its charge brought a terrible impact. This kind of charge is a kind of law. From Long Chen's point of view, the silver rhino was violent and crazy. Wherever it went, even the clouds were turned to dust, forming a majestic whirlwind. Break! Long Chen gripped the god-slaying sword with both hands. The combination of chaos divine power and creation divine power, in addition to Lingxi's god-emperor power, the combination of the three, the laws of karma, and the power of heavenly punishment. The blade slashed on the silver rhino's horn. Boom! The silver rhino exploded, and Long Chen retreated slightly. He dispelled the force of the silver rhino and said, "The so-called perfection-level god-emperor is only a so-so." The devil spat and said, "I'm just testing if you're qualified to fight me. Don't be so arrogant." Suddenly, there was a huge change. As expected of a perfection-level god-emperor. All of a sudden, the clouds seemed as though they were about to explode. Right before Long Chen's eyes, old monster Tianxi's body rapidly transformed, turning into a giant silver rhinoceros. It was extremely similar to the silver rhinoceros from before, but it was even more domineering. Just its breath alone was enough to turn the clouds that were as hard as land into dust. The entire region within 1,000,000 li was under the control of this giant silver rhinoceros. Whoosh! With a roar, not only did it send Imo Xiaolang flying, but it also sent the 4 concubines behind her thousands of miles away. Within the vast territory, only Long Chen was left standing in front of the silver rhino. Large areas of the Tai Ching sky shook. But actually, the living beings were used to it, because such battles happened frequently in the Tai Ching sky, especially among the demon race. As long as they fought, the commotion would undoubtedly be huge. Old Monster Vast Sky was a silver rhinoceros, known as the Heaven Prayer Rhinoceros. He had a heaven-piercing cultivation base, and he specialized in trampling and charging. If he was allowed to trample, the entire Great Clear Sky would be destroyed by him. In the Great Clear Sky, Old Monster Vast Sky was a famous figure. He was someone that most gods and demons didn't dare to offend. Now that the commotion was huge, many gods and demons in the surroundings did not dare to approach. Who is it that actually offended the devil? Yes, if this fellow is angered and he runs around, who knows how many living beings will die? Let's hope nothing happens. Long Chen had seen many demons, but the silver rhino was the most powerful. Those galactic flood dragons could not compare to it. If it was in the galaxy, no matter how big the scene was, it would probably be smashed to pieces by the silver rhino. The 2 breaths he exhaled from his nose could shatter space. Such a powerful existence indeed made many in the divine kingdom worry for Long Chen. The battle began. The battle quickly erupted. Long Chen was calm, and his expression did not change. He held the demon-subduing pagoda in his left hand, and the god-slaying sword in his right. Before he attacked, the devil directly attacked. The rules were still before Long Chen. Silver snow. Suddenly, the entire world was filled with silver snowflakes, just like Lingxi's green snow. But the difference was that the rules were completely different. Everywhere the snowflakes landed, the gravity suddenly increased. This was a terrifying increase. Every point on Long Chen's body now had unimaginable gravity. It was as if there was something more terrifying than the mouth of a god or demon, and it was trying to swallow Long Chen down. This was the gravity rules. This was one of the Heaven Prayer Rhino's rules. Under the gravity rules, Long Chen's god-slaying sword and demon-subduing pagoda almost slipped out of his hands. At this moment, the Heaven Prayer Rhino did not say a word. It galloped between the heavens and the earth, charging at Long Chen with its terrifying weight. Its silver horn was aimed in Long Chen's direction. Collision rules. This was the Heaven Prayer Rhino's second rule. The Heaven Prayer Rhino's rules were undoubtedly simple and direct. First, the gravity rules would bind the opponent, then the collision rules would shatter them into pieces. It looked simple, but there were not many who could really dodge it. Chapter 29:17. Silver Fong. Silver snow fluttered in the air. The gravity was still increasing infinitely. The pressure that Long Chen was under was also unprecedentedly heavy. Under such pressure, the surrounding space was collapsing. Even if it was an eternal level world, it was not enough to be destroyed by the devil. And under such gravity, the heaven prayer rhinoceros charged over with heavy steps. The horn on top of its head pierced towards Long Chen's direction. Under the usage of the collision rules, countless 3 pure qi gathered on its horn and continued to condense. The speed of the heaven prayer rhinoceros charge was getting faster and faster. Its power was also getting stronger and stronger. At first, it only shattered the clouds and space. Later on, it shattered everything. Wherever it went, everything turned into powder. Boom, 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 boom. The commotion was too great. Every step the heaven prayer rhinoceros took in the space would cause a violent collision with Long Chen, causing his blood and qi to churn. As it moved forward, the collision of its footsteps became faster and faster. Gradually, it became a continuous roar. Boom. With a final explosion, the surrounding world was annihilated. Only the sharp horn of the heaven prayer rhinoceros was left. Under the terrifying force, it charged towards Long Chen. This seemingly simple collision could even cause the death of a full-circle god emperor. It's really fierce. In the face of this awe-inspiring collision, Long Chen smiled faintly and remained calm. At the critical moment. In the eyes of the god emperors, he was simply about to turn into powder in this collision. And at this moment, Long Chen threw the demon subduing pagoda in his left hand. In the process of moving forward, the demon subduing pagoda suddenly rotated and enlarged. At its bottom, the annihilation dragon seal filled with killing intent appeared. Bang! It was a destructive collision. The 100,000 deities in the demon subduing pagoda cried out in pain and were sent flying. They almost got out of Long Chen's control. This meant that the demon subduing pagoda almost couldn't withstand this collision. Long Chen let out a muffled groan and was sent flying a great distance away. But he was not defeated, because the silver rhino's footsteps were stopped by the demon-suppressing pagoda. The annihilation dragon seal's attack directly struck the silver rhino's soul. Even if the heaven prayer rhino's physical defense was extremely high, being struck by Long Chen's annihilation dragon seal was simply a nightmare. This caused the silver rhino to sway and almost fall. In an instant, the winner was decided. Long Chen's annihilation dragon seal was still too terrifying. Although the silver tooth rule had blocked it for a while, causing Long Chen to not be able to display the strongest level of the annihilation dragon seal, the power was still enough to make the heaven prayer rhinoceros lose most of its combat power. It could not even maintain the shape of a demon beast and gradually transformed into the appearance of the devil. Such a scene was simply breathtaking. How could this be? The devil's silver hair danced chaotically, and his face was pale as he retreated again and again. The others didn't know that his primordial spirit was injured, and they didn't know that his injuries were so serious. They thought that he had transformed into a human again, and in their eyes, the battle clearly wasn't over. Tianji Talisman. Seeing that Long Chen had put away the demon-suppressing pagoda and was holding the god-slaying sword with both hands, he was as cold as ink. In a flash, he had crossed 100,000 meters to attack. The devil was so shocked that his body trembled, and he took out his mixed yuan-grade destiny-level divine artifact. It was a silver talisman that instantly expanded, covering the sky and blocking Long Chen's path. After that, the talisman began to distort in an attempt to trap Long Chen within it. The Tianji talisman's strongest effect was to imprison. Long Chen was indeed shocked when he was suddenly blocked by the Tianji talisman. On the Tianji talisman that covered the sky, there were colorful talisman flickering. Those talisman turned into real mountains, rivers, and trees, and turned into a real world. However, it was a distorted world that surrounded him, and in the blink of an eye, he was trapped in a world. When he was trapped, the world changed instantly, turning into a sky full of flames, storms, and lightning that engulfed Long Chen. It seems like the Tianji talisman is not bad. It's just that the devil is too weak after being hit by my annihilation dragon seal. Long Chen smiled faintly. He held the god-slaying sword with both hands, and his eyes instantly turned illusory. Time gathered towards the sword in his hand, and the bloodiest sword was gradually engulfed by the power of time. It actually turned into nothingness, as though it had disappeared from Long Chen's hand. Sword of Time. Before this, Long Chen had not unleashed the true power of the Sword of Time for a long time. When he truly unleashed it, the Sword of Time wasn't any weaker than the Annihilation Dragon seal. For example, this time, the soaring sword Qi was unstoppable, and it instantly pierced through the Tianji talisman, stopping right in front of the devil. Even so, the devil's body was covered with time sword scars, and he was bleeding profusely. Put away the Tianji talisman. Otherwise, I'll snatch it away after you die in battle. Long Chen's cold voice came from the Tianji talisman. It actually pierced through the Tianji talisman. The devil's voice was trembling. He knew that if it wasn't for Long Chen stopping the Sword of Time, his nomological core would have been pierced, and he would have died. This was definitely the most terrifying battle he had ever faced. From the beginning to the end, he was crushed by Long Chen. All right. He quickly kept the Tianji talisman. At this moment, the Sword of Time in front of him turned into light spots and disappeared. The devil heaved a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, even a divine emperor in the Great Perfection realm would be drenched in cold sweat. He had cultivated for millions of years, but he had never been so close to death. Long Chen was different from other divine emperors. His Sword of Time and Annihilation Dragon seal were laws that could kill. Such laws were rare and terrifying, and they were the most terrifying. Master. The devil's 4 concubines rushed towards him. Don't come over. The devil was horrified. After hearing what he said, the 4 concubines could only stay far away. However, their eyes were still filled with anxiety. They naturally understood that Long Chen, a demon-like genius, had actually crushed the devil, whom they admired the most. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang came to Long Chen's side quietly. He knew that Long Chen would definitely win, so he wasn't surprised. To Long Chen, he actually had a plan in his heart. Now, he just wanted to verify that his combat strength could indeed surpass most of the divine emperors in the Great Perfection realm. Currently, he could be considered as one of the top experts in the entire myriad world. The devil's face was pale. The Annihilation Dragon's seal that Long Chen had planted in him had yet to dissipate. This made it impossible for him to guarantee his life. Even now, he could still be killed by Long Chen at any time. Really strong. It's really possible. I overestimated you, but I still underestimated you, Long Chen. The devil gritted his teeth, but there was only fear and awe in his eyes. He no longer had the demonic look from before. You really know me. All right, I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer me honestly, I'll let you leave safely. I have no enmity with you, and I don't have the intention to kill you. So, you just need to listen to me. How about it? The devil wasn't really afraid of him. He said, ask away. I admit defeat today. You are the winner. You have the right to do this. He was really straightforward. So, Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony. He looked behind old monster Tianxi. The 4 goddess empresses were extremely nervous. It seemed like old monster Tianxi was a man of many lovers. Could it be that there were 4 women who treated him as their center and even addressed him as their master? All of you, scram. The devil roared at the surrounding deities. Those deities left one after another. The reason why they didn't leave was because the battle scene was simply too shocking for them. A dignified divine emperor in the Great Perfection realm, the devil, was actually defeated so quickly. When this news spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar. Long Chen asked first, I've never met you before. How do you know me? The devil chuckled and said, "You challenged the God King list of Mount Buzhou and defeated Tianyi, Ji Taishu, Xing Wuji, an unparalleled deity. You rushed to the top of the God King list. This news has long spread. Tai Ching Heaven is an eternal world, so it's naturally well informed. I've known of your existence since more than 20 years ago. Of course, I know you not only because you're a God King but have the strength to challenge divine emperors, but also because I've seen great Emperor Dong Hua." Long Chen still underestimated the influence of the God King list. He had become a legend in the God King list. Now, his name was known throughout the myriad realms. When the name Long Chen was mentioned, there were many who knew him. The devil continued, "I once went to challenge the emperor-level battlefield of gods and stayed there for a long time. I've also fought with divine Emperor Dong Hua. I'm not much weaker than him, so I'm very familiar with his divine sword and demonic pagoda. But what shocked me was that you're not great Emperor Dong Hua's disciple. How can you be stronger than him? I'm guessing that you made up this identity. Don't worry about this." Now Long Chen understood how the devil had guessed his identity. God King, tyrannical, divine sword and demonic pagoda, and even Mo Xiaolang sunshot divine bow and sunset divine arrow were all very obvious and hard to hide. "How many people in the third layer of heaven can recognize me?" Long Chen asked. The devil said, "At the beginning, there might not be many. But when your name spreads, everyone will know that it's you. Unless you remain in seclusion, your identity can't be hidden at all. However, there are many people who want to rope in a peerless genius like you. Why do you care so much about your identity? Unless you're worried that that existence will chase you all the way to the Tai Ching Heaven." Long Chen's eyes turned cold. This old monster Tianxi seemed to know quite a bit. "What else do you know? Just say it." Long Chen's voice was a little cold. There shouldn't be many people who knew about Di Jun. Could it be that something else happened after he left the fiend god Buzhou mountain? Since the devil had said it, he must get to the bottom of it. Chapter 29:18. Just say it. He had been struck by the exterminating dragon seal. Without Long Chen's help, he would still be in pain for a long time. As Long Chen's cultivation improved, so did the power of the exterminating dragon seal. The devil said, "I'm more concerned about Mount Buzhou, so I know more. I know that you left Mount Buzhou with the grand disciple of the Shady Sky ruler after you defeated Invincible God. I heard that God Emperor Mo Sang chased after you for a while. When she returned to Mount Buzhou, who do you think she met?" Long Chen shook his head. The devil said, "It was John Doe." "Who's John Doe?" Long Chen was stunned. "Who is John Doe? It's normal that you don't know him. He's a very mysterious person. He appeared out of thin air and challenged the Divine Emperor list. In the end, just like you, he rushed forward and became the number one on the list. After that, he disappeared and wandered around the major forces of the myriad worlds. John Doe was just a nickname that people casually gave him. It was only in the last 20 years that we learned that this divine emperor was called Di Jun." Long Chen was curious when he heard the story of the number one ranker on the divine emperor board. It was only when old witch Tianxi mentioned his name that Long Chen's eyes widened. His mind went blank for a moment before he finally snapped out of it. "You said that Di Jun is number one on the divine emperor board?" "Yes, he is also the most mysterious divine emperor in the myriad worlds. Rumor has it that his strength is comparable to that of a supreme god. This is absolutely true. It's useless for me to lie to you. You can find a few more people and ask them about it. After all, this is the topic that everyone likes to talk about recently. He is the divine emperor closest to the supreme god realm. He is also our goal." "That's right, it seems that I've always underestimated him. At first, I thought he was just an initial divine emperor. I didn't expect him to be an ultimate divine emperor, and even more unexpected that he's the top divine emperor list, comparable to a supreme god. In this case, Dijun is much more terrifying than I thought. In fact, the main reason Long Chen underestimated him was that the other dragon sacrificial deities were too weak compared to him. There were only 3 god emperors and only a few god kings. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, Dijun's level couldn't be that high. It was shocking enough when he said that he was not afraid of 8 divine emperors of the eternal god clan. He is the strongest expert of dragon sacrificial continent after the extinction of the divine dragons. During the era of the divine dragons, the dragon sacrificial continent was already so frightening, far surpassing the current Panga continent. I believe he must have had some fortuitous encounters, and even I can obtain the origin dragon palace. Now that he thought, that seemed to be the case. Dijun must have obtained something terrible that allowed him to surpass his limits and achieve such a breakthrough in the dragon sacrificial continent, a world that was gradually weakening. Now you know how dangerous your situation is, right? That's right, I heard that Dijun is chasing after you, and he even offered a bounty for the 1,000 paper crane to find your location. Now that you have appeared here, in a few days, he will know your location. Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. As for what a paper crane was, he vaguely seemed to have heard of it when he was in the battlefield of gods and demons. It was an intelligence organization in the myriad worlds, and also a rather mysterious existence. It seemed that his situation was indeed much more dangerous than he had imagined. But he could still calm down. The devil was an opportunity, and he had to understand everything clearly. So he continued to ask, what happened when Emo Sang met Dijun? Actually, he thought of the 9 mystic moon. If they cooperated, it would undoubtedly be terrifying. Fortunately, Li Xuanji had erased the 9 mystic moon. The devil chuckled and said, I'm not sure about that. But according to my friend's guess, they used to be lovers. As soon as Dijun arrived, he immediately left with Emo Sang. Sure enough, as Long Chen had expected, Dijun and Emo Sang were together. But why did Emo Sang say that the Shady Sky Domain Lord was also dispatched? If Dijun and the Shady Sky Domain Lord were to capture him together, then he would undoubtedly die. Don't worry too much. Actually, something else happened afterward. It is said that Emo Sang actually lied to Dijun. She brought Dijun to the 9 Ancestor realm, and the Shady Sky Domain Lord intercepted Dijun in the starry sky. It is said that Dijun secretly caused Emo Sang's death. However, Dijun didn't know that Emo Sang already knew the truth, so he fought with the Shady Sky Domain Lord. What? The development of the matter was really mysterious. Dijun actually fought with the Shady Sky Domain Lord. What was the result? Long Chen was concerned about this point. The devil said, there was no result. It is said that Dijun understood the space rules very well. The Shady Sky Domain Lord couldn't confine him, nor could he do anything to him. He just let him escape easily. He didn't expect the situation to develop like this. Then, Dijun must have known that I left the demon god Buzhou Mountain. He coveted the Origin Dragon Palace, so he should have chased after me. However, he obviously doesn't know where I went. He will probably wait for the paper crane's news before coming back. As for why Emo Sang and the Shady Sky Domain Lord would chase after me, Long Chen thought about it carefully and immediately understood. I took Xuanji away because of Emo Sang's reputation. The Shady Sky Domain Lord definitely wouldn't come because of her. After all, she is a supreme god spirit. So, she must have known that Dijun would chase after me. As long as she knew where I was, she would know where Dijun went. Then, she could avenge Emo Sang. Long Chen had heard from Ling Luo that the Shady Sky Domain Lord loved Emo Sang the most. She must have come to avenge Emo Sang. He really had to thank old monster Tianxi for letting him know so much about the situation. What the Shady Sky Domain Lord wanted was the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In this segment, Long Chen was the weakest cicada. So, he had to think of a way to get rid of the mantis and let the oriole kill the mantis. This was a very difficult task. He couldn't think of a good solution in a short time. Because of that, many people know about you and Dijun. They know that the top ranker on the God Emperor leaderboard is hunting down the top ranker on the God King leaderboard. No matter where you go, you'll be the center of attention. But there's no denying that Dijun is much stronger than you. There are many gods and demons who want to befriend him, and many of them are stronger than you. It's very likely that they'll capture you after recognizing you and hand you over to Dijun in order to curry favor with him. In fact, if Dijun places a bounty on you, you won't be able to hide. Listening to the devil, the situation had become even more serious. This old man was very experienced and knew a lot of things. He knew more about the myriad worlds than Long Chen. Thank you. Long Chen remembered what the devil had said. He had to think about what he should do in the future. The devil suddenly said, "You have such achievements at such a young age. You defeated me but didn't kill me. Because of this, I have an idea for you. Why don't you hide in the death rain? The death rain is endless and no one can find you. Moreover, it only opens once every 10,000 years. As long as you enter the death rain, you will be safe for at least 10,000 years. Since you have the death rain blood bead, you can go to the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace directly." Death rain. Old Monster Tianqi's casual words shocked Long Chen once again. It made him instantly forget about Dijun and focus all his attention on the death rain. Death rain, Death Dragon Gate. His fiercest rule had even imprisoned the Era Heavenly Demon in the death rain. The death rain was a world that the primordial bloodline dragon once controlled. It was equivalent to the primordial bloodline dragon's divine kingdom. It was the same kind of existence as the void cosmic dragon's time tunnel. When the primordial bloodline dragon died in battle, the death rain left the dragon's sacrificial continent and disappeared among the myriad worlds. Now, no one knew where it went. This death rain was actually one of the targets that Long Chen was looking for. There must be many things that belonged to the primordial bloodline dragon inside. Of course, many places were named randomly. Although the devil had called this place the death rain, it might not be the same place as what Long Chen had imagined. He calmed himself down and asked, "What kind of place is this death world that you mentioned?" From this, the devil could tell that Long Chen had just arrived here. He didn't know anything about the death rain and the death rain blood bead. Therefore, he guessed that Long Chen definitely didn't kill the child prodigy to obtain the death rain blood bead. Of course, he wouldn't point it out. After leaving Long Chen, he could still look for it himself. However, since he had mentioned the death rain first, he had no choice but to explain it to Long Chen. If possible, the devil naturally didn't want Long Chen to know. He said that the death rain is located in the crack between the three heavens. It's the most mysterious mystic realm in the three heavens. There are many ancient mystic realms in the three heavens. Some even exist a few epochs ago. Many destinable artifacts, primordial chaos immortal essences, and primal chaos treasures were excavated from these mystic realms. The death rain is one of them. Then what about the death rain blood bead? Long Chen asked. The devil answered casually, "The death rain will open. The time is uncertain, but it's said that it will open in a few years. There are about 100 places, most of which are occupied by the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace. However, they will give out 10 places for us God Emperors who don't belong to the Supreme Pure Heavenly Palace to fight for them. That is the Death Rain Blood Bead. Only those who hold the Death Rain Blood Bead can enter the Death Rain when it opens. The Death Rain Blood Bead is hidden in the body of the child prodigy. The child prodigy isn't a living being, but a rule of the Supreme Pure Taoist ancestor. Therefore, your act of protecting the child prodigy revealed that you're a foreign immortal, and a newcomer. Long Chen finally understood. The death rain opens once every tens of thousands of years. This time, Dijun definitely won't be able to make it. He can't force his way into a mystic realm of this level. In this case, if I go in, at least I can avoid him and have enough time to grow. The most important thing is, I have to know whether this death rain is the death rain of the primordial blood spiritual dragon. Chapter 29:19. If it had nothing to do with the primordial blood spiritual dragons, then Long Chen would just treat it as a refuge. If it was the death reign of the primordial blood spiritual dragons, then Long Chen would naturally have to understand it. This was the purpose of his travels, to search for the lost lands of the mystical dragons. Therefore, he had to understand the death reign before he could react. The devil initially thought that he knew about the death reign's blood bead, but after saying it out loud, he realized that he didn't know about it. In this case, he had added another competitor for himself, but Long Chen wasn't so easy to fool. That's about it. I still have some matters to attend to. Can I leave first? The devil asked anxiously. I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet. I want to know why you want to enter the death reign, and what's so special about it. Long Chen wouldn't let him leave so easily. It wasn't easy for him to catch one, so he naturally had to get to the bottom of it. Sure enough, he couldn't escape. The devil admitted that he was unlucky, and said, actually, there are a few points. First, there's a legend in our third heaven. According to the legend, there's a core in the death reign. As long as you can reach this core, you can control the death reign and refine it into a world similar to a god's kingdom. It can be used as a terrifying prison, or as a creation divine artifact. Those who are imprisoned in it will never be able to come out, and they will suffer the agony of death. This is a huge temptation for anyone, but this is just a legend. No one has ever been able to prove it, right? Long Chen added. That's right. Just as you expected, although it's just a legend, it attracts a large number of powerful god emperors every time it happens. After all, it's a chance to change one's fate and surpass one's limits. And then? Long Chen knew that it wasn't just this. The devil said, the second point is actually more practical. In our third heaven, the death reign is a training ground similar to your northern fiend god Mount Biyao. The third heaven is controlled by 3 Dao ancestors, who are brothers. Actually, you can think of the third heaven as a world. Maybe it's for fun and fun. Anyway, I don't know what the 3 Dao ancestors are thinking, but every time the death reign opens, they will throw an eternal great item into it, either a primordial chaos immortal essence or a primordial chaos treasure. There are relatively few creation god artifacts, and most of those who participate in the death reign are god emperors. To any god emperor, an eternal great item is a supreme treasure, something that we can fight for with our lives. Therefore, an eternal great treasure is our true goal. As for controlling the death reign, that's just an illusion. How generous. As expected of a divine lord, he could even casually throw in an eternal level item. In other words, the opening of the death reign was carried out by all 3 heavens, and the competitors also came from the third heaven. That was truly a world of experts. The death reign blood beads are all in the hands of the 3 Dao ancestors. They mainly distribute them to their disciples and grand disciples, to the disciples of the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace, the Jade Purity Heavenly Palace, and the Shang Purity Heavenly Palace. But every time, they will send a few places outside, so that we wandering god fiends have a chance to fight for it. But in fact, every time, it's the people from the 3 heavenly palaces who take it. Come to think of it, this is just an activity for the 3 Dao ancestors to test their disciples. Long Chen roughly understood that if there was an eternal great item that they wanted to give to their disciples, but there were too many people who wanted it, they would place it in the death reign and let them fight for it. That way, everyone would be convinced. What's the eternal great item this time? To be honest, even Long Chen was tempted by the eternal great item. He wanted to defeat Di Jun, especially Di Jun, who was number 1 on the Divine Emperor ranking. He needed an eternal great treasure, and the Divine Sword Demon Pagoda was not enough. Moreover, Di Jun definitely had more than just the eternal opal. The devil chuckled. You're interested. But as for what it is, the 3 Dao ancestors will announce it when the death reign opens. That's the most anticipated moment. Now, we just need to get the death reign blood beads. Long Chen understood. In fact, the death reign is not just that. It's like the Shiraba. Gods and demons who are usually peaceful will fight each other after entering the death rain. It has the same effect as you gods and demons on Mount Biyao. Most importantly, there are many mystical creatures in the death rain. Some of them are quite powerful, and some can even kill gods and demons. I've been in there once and fought with those existences. They are indeed terrifying, and they are very smart. If you encounter them, they will definitely snatch your death rain blood bead. Why would they want to snatch the death rain blood beads? The devil replied, the death rain blood beads can suck us in when the death rain opens. But at the same time, it's the only way for us to leave. If you lose the death rain blood beads, or if it's snatched by someone else, then regrettably, you can only stay in the death rain forever and suffer the pain of the death rain. Unless you snatch the death rain blood beads from the next batch of people, the death rain blood beads are very simple to use. In fact, you just have to crush it and you can leave the death rain. No wonder everyone was willing to enter. Although it was said that the death rain was dangerous and full of danger, as long as you had the death rain blood beads, as long as you didn't get killed instantly, as long as you had the slightest chance to crush the death rain blood beads, you would be able to come out unscathed. You would only lose the chance to fight for the eternal grade destinies. In other words, as long as I have the death rain blood beads, I can come out at any time. If I don't come out, I can stay here for tens of thousands of years. But if Di Jun wants to go in, he will have to wait tens of thousands of years before the death rain opens again. Long Chen asked the last question. That's right. But the premise is that you must have the ability to stay in the death rain for so long. Maybe there are existences more terrifying than Di Jun in the death rain. Today, Long Chen had asked so many questions. In fact, in general, this method was quite feasible. Long Chen didn't need to stay in there for so long. As long as he was sure that he had the strength to defeat Di Jun, he could come out. This might not even need 100 years. And the fight for the eternal grade treasure would also take that long. I've said so much. Can you let me go now? The devil pleaded. Long Chen was a reasonable person. He directly withdrew the power of the extermination dragon seal and said, let's go. A heaven-defying peerless genius. See you later. After saying that, the devil chuckled. He hugged the 4 concubines and swaggered away. Although he didn't get the death rain blood beads, he knew that Long Chen didn't know either. So, he was in a good mood at this time. Although there was a competitor, Long Chen might not be able to get the death rain blood beads. After all, the quota was limited. Even ultimate deity emperors would come to fight for it. Ultimate deity emperors were the most terrifying competitors. Big brother, let's look for the child prodigy again. Mo Xiaolang heard everything from the side. Long Chen said, there's no hurry. Let me ask a few more people. Next, he randomly found a few deities at the Divine Emperor level and a Deity King level. He used the Eye of Desire to control them. One by one, he verified what the devils said through their mouths. After all, it was the devil's one-sided story. He had to be cautious. Finally, he confirmed that what he said was true. The only thing missing is that the 3 Tao ancestors set up a rule on the eternal level treasure. It seems that 1 death rain blood bead is not enough to return. 3 or more death rain blood beads must be used at the same time. In other words, if we want to get that thing safely, we have to get the other 2 death rain blood beads. Of course, the method is to snatch them. But it seems very difficult to snatch them before others crush them. It seemed that the difficulty was not small. After thinking for a while, Long Chen said to the crowd, we underestimated Emperor Jun's power. Now that the Dark Sky ruler is here, and we have exposed our position here, both sides will come after us. Although the Dark Sky ruler won't kill us, he will take Xianji away. Therefore, we must not face the experts of both sides head-on. So, it seems that we can either continue to wander the starry sky or try to enter the death rain. The death rain is a great opportunity. It might be related to the ancient blood spirit dragon. If we seize this opportunity, We might be able to fight against Emperor Jun and solve this big problem once and for all. We still have some time to understand this death reign. Since the decision was of great importance, Long Chen wanted to see what they thought. Death reign. Unexpectedly, all of them were thinking about the death reign. Even Soi Yan and Yang Lingqing thought the same. It seems that everyone is like me. You can't stand being chased all over the world, and can't stand running forever. Well, now that we have a chance to fight, let's cut off our means of retreat. He is just the number one on the Divine Emperor list. Give me 100 years, and he won't be able to do anything to me. Long Chen's blood was boiling. Everyone's eyes were also burning. They were all descendants of the dragon. Then let's fight. There was no time to lose. Only by getting the death rain blood bead could they gain the initiative. Therefore, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. It's very difficult to find a child in this endless sea of clouds. Let's split up. Once we have any news, we will inform each other. It was easier for Long Chen to find Mo Xiaolang's location, and Mo Xiaolang was not weak either. Therefore, this method was feasible. As for Zhu Shi and the others, although they wanted to go out to look for the child, Long Chen was worried that they would encounter the Divine Emperor, so he gave up. He and Mo Xiaolang set off separately. The two of them were quickly submerged in the sea of clouds. There were countless third heavens and trillions of living beings. Long Chen's vision passed through this boundless territory. The child prodigy had appeared in this place before, and now he might be in this area as well. He was now flying high in the sky. The clouds beneath his feet were very hard, even harder than the ground of the first origin Sword Sea. There were many cities built by mortals and gods on the clouds, and some of the cities were so big that they could accommodate billions of mortals. Chapter 29-20. An eternal level world, a real and magical world. Most of the mortals here were in the rebirth realm. What did that mean? An era ago, the dragon sacrificial continent was full of divine dragons. The lower divine dragons were the red dragon, black dragon, and blue dragon. When they grew to their peak state, they were only in the upper echelons of the rebirth realm, and did not have the strength of gods or fiends. If the original dragon sacrifice continent was included in the world rankings, it should be considered beyond the origin level, surpassing the 9th grade. As for whether it was 10th, 11th, or 12th grade, it would depend on whether there were any levels in between. After all, before the epoch, almost all the worlds in the infinite worlds were more prosperous than they were today, and there were even progenitors. An eternal level world was the closest to the dragon sacrificial continent that Long Chen had seen so far. There should be more gods and fiends on Pangu continent within the third heaven. The more powerful the world, the smaller the gap between gods and mortals, because most mortals had the chance to become gods and fiends. Gods were already very common in this world, and god emperors were rare. Out of 100 trillion, there were probably only 1 or 200 of them. Long Chen flew silently above the endless clouds. He had a wide field of vision and keen senses. Wherever he went, he knew that the child prodigy was not there. 5 days later. Xiao Lang, is there anything on your side? The two had missed each other by a little. Not yet. They continued to search. They searched according to the places where the child prodigy had appeared before, and then expanded the range. During the search, Long Chen vaguely sensed many powerful existences, and even some that made him wary were wandering around. One day later, he did not find the child prodigy. Instead, he found a city that was not huge but flourishing in the clouds below. This city was high up in the sky, surrounded by countless clouds and mist. It was resplendent and dazzling. The creatures of the third heaven loved visual perfection, so this city was built quite magnificently. There was not a single mortal in the whole city, only gods and fiends. This meant that perhaps this city was the core that ruled over the surrounding territories. Let's go take a look. Long Chen quickly arrived outside the city. The sky above the city was protected by the rules. If he did not enter through the city gate and instead barged down from above, the commotion would be quite big. Although Long Chen had the strength to destroy the protection of the rules, there was no need for him to do so. He entered through the city gate. This time, the main purpose of this trip was to gather some information and see if there was any useful information. Divine Cloud City. Long Chen read the name of the city. He was incomparably domineering. He followed the flow of divine spirits and walked in. Because he seemed to be at the Divine King realm, many of the surrounding divine spirits did not dare to approach him. Of course, divine kings were nothing. Long Chen casually saw hundreds of divine spirits, and there were 1 or 2 divine kings among them. After entering the Divine Cloud City, Long Chen wandered around casually while listening to the conversations of other divine spirits. As he expected, all the divine spirits in the city were talking about the child prodigy and the dead world blood bead. You all know, right? It said that someone saw a child prodigy in the sacred cloud domain. Now the child prodigy is still wandering in our sacred cloud domain. The 3 Tao ancestors gave 30 places to the outside world in total. Each heaven has 10 places. Now, there are 4 child prodigy in our Tai Ching heaven. It is said that the other 3 have been taken away, but we do not know which 3 divine emperors they are. Alas, the eternal treasure and the dangerous dead world are all games of divine emperors. It is useless for us to worry. If we want to participate in this game, we should first become divine emperors. It was extremely difficult to become a divine emperor. The 4th child prodigy is indeed in the divine cloud region. It is said that several divine emperors have seen him. These days, I also saw several divine emperors wandering around, looking for him. It is said that they have brought a large number of divine kings and even divine emperors. As long as we find the child prodigy and offer the dead world blood bead to them, we will get endless benefits. Of course, the benefits must be exchanged with our lives. Indeed, Long Chen found that many divine emperors and divine kings were looking for him. Of course, they did not dare to keep it for themselves. Even if they got it, they would offer it to the divine emperors in exchange for rewards. There are even a few perfection realm deity emperors. It's said that a few perfection realm deity emperors have already appeared. For example, Old Monster Tianxi, the 2 demon emperors of the 100 Ghosts Cave, Qi Mei and Wang Liang, and, halfway through the sentence, the man suddenly stopped. His face turned pale and he looked at the sky in horror. In fact, Long Chen had already sensed that there were 2 guys with monstrous devil qi coming towards them. They should be demons similar to Mo Xiaolang. The black devil qi tore the snow-white clouds apart and covered the sky. It descended upon the divine cloud city, turning it from heaven to hell. Amidst the boundless mist, there were 2 burly experts standing at 4 meters tall. Their skin was pitch black, and they were covered in broken scales. Their palms were thick, and they had sharp demonic claws. Their auras were extremely heavy, and in terms of divine might, they surpassed even old demon Tianxi. Most importantly, each of them had 2 heads on their shoulders. Mo Xiaolang had fought against the 2-headed raging fire tribe before, but his head was in the front and one was in the back. However, these 2 were both in the front and had 2 necks. Their heads were also different, but they were both ugly with green faces and fangs. Long Chen had heard the words, Qi Mei and Wang Liang. They must be talking about these 2. They were also in the absolute beginning demon realm, and they were at the exceptional realm. Since there were far more gods than demons, most of the time, their realms would be called the absolute beginning god realm. These 2 were fierce and cruel. They were different from the devil, but they were more murderous. As soon as they appeared, they scared all the gods and demons in the divine cloud city. Have you seen the child prodigy? Of the 2 demon emperors, one was called Qi Mei, and the other was called Wang Liang. Both of them had 2 heads, and they actually had the same rule heart. However, they had 2 different thoughts. One head was a Ho, and the other was a Mei. The other one was a Ho, and the other was a Ho. When they asked the question, all the deities looked at each other, not daring to answer. Everyone shrunk their heads, not daring to look at the two demon emperors. Has anyone seen the child prodigy? Another voice came. The gods and demons were so scared that they took a few steps back. They wanted to hide. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two directly tore open the rule shield of Divine Cloud City and rushed in from the outside. Suddenly, the entire Divine Cloud City was filled with demon chi. Under their shock, some of the divinities cried out in surprise. The demon chi surrounded them and Longchen. Four ugly noses were sniffing everywhere. Longchen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that they had a special way to find the child prodigy. You. All of a sudden, the two of them looked at Longchen. With a swoosh, the two of them appeared in front of Longchen. Instantly, all the gods in the surroundings retreated in fear as their legs went soft. The two devil emperors looked down at Longchen from above. Their foreheads asked at the same time, "You have the smell of a child prodigy. Have you seen a child prodigy?" Longchen didn't want to fight with them for no reason, and there were no benefits to be gained, so he said, "I have indeed seen him, but the child prodigy was too fast. I only saw him for a moment before he disappeared." "Where is he?" Longchen pointed in a direction and said, "Over there. However, I also saw old Fei Tianxi over there. Old Yao Tianxi, that old fogey." The eight of them looked at each other. Because they mentioned the devil, they ignored Longchen. They were worried that the devil would beat them to it, so they didn't make things difficult for Longchen. Instead, they flew into the sky. "Everyone, listen up. Whoever has news of the child prodigy, as long as you tell us, we will reward you handsomely. We won't make things difficult for you." These two were pretty smart. The moment they appeared, they had already scared the masses. And now, they had even sent over some benefits. This caused the hearts of all the god spirits to be riled up. If they could provide the two demon kings with news of a child prodigy, they might just be able to obtain some great benefits. Clang. An orbital-grade chaos treasure was smashed in front of Longchen just like that. It was a reward for Longchen. Instantly, everyone looked at Longchen enviously. When the two demon emperors left and a few god kings surrounded him, wanting to snatch it, Longchen moved quickly and kept the item. It would be a waste if he didn't take this benefit. There were many people in the god nation who needed it. However, he quickly hid and disappeared among the gods. Where did that kid go? How did he run so fast? How lucky. I just saw the child prodigy and I got such a treasure. Many people swarmed out to search for the child prodigy for the two demon emperors. As for Longchen, he was already secretly following behind the two demon emperors. These two have sharp noses. Following them will be much better than searching randomly. Longchen was silent as he entered the river of time. There was a long distance between them. The two demon emperors might not discover him. They walked and stopped, searching for the smell in the surroundings. From their looks, they should be quite confident. After advancing for about half a day, suddenly, Mo Xiaolang hurriedly reminded, "Big brother, I saw the child prodigy. Hurry over. Catch him. Don't let him escape." He didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to find him first. Through the connection between him and Mo Xiaolang, he found Mo Xiaolang's location. He found that Mo Xiaolang was very close. Moreover, he was right in front of the two demon emperors. Over there. The two demon emperors were instantly excited. They seemed to have smelled the smell too. Instantly, the two of them burst out at full speed and rushed over. Chapter 29-21. Amidst the endless layers of clouds, it was a real celestial realm. In a certain place, the clouds condensed into a mountain, which pierced through the sky from the bottom of the clouds. From afar, it looked like a snowy mountain. At the top of the cloud peak, Mo Xiaolang was controlling flames with both hands. The 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame and the Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame turned into 2 long snakes in his hands and rolled in the clouds. The Firmament Emperor Ancestral Flame burned the clouds into steam, while the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame froze them into ice. 2 wriggling snakes bound a child. Under the burning of the 2 ancestral fires, the child's face was covered with tears and he was in pain. His innocent and helpless eyes and childlike mournful cries were so lifelike that people could not help but feel sorry for him. The child in front of him was no different from a child. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang hesitated a little. Although the devil said that this child prodigy is just a rule of the Tao ancestor and not a real life, this is only his side of the story. Or maybe the Tao ancestor is lying. Because of this, he couldn't kill the child prodigy. Otherwise, he would have burned the child prodigy to ashes and obtained the dead world blood bead in his body. Now that he had complete control over the child prodigy, he couldn't move. Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen was not far away, so he waited for him to arrive. The wind surged, and the clouds rolled. The child prodigy's cries echoed for a long time. Child prodigy. What Mo Xiaolang didn't expect was that before Long Chen arrived, another group of gods had arrived. He put the child prodigy beside him and looked back. There were 6 or 7 gods behind him. With their godly power, they could suppress Mo Xiaolang as soon as they appeared. Obviously, they were all deity emperors. Obviously, it's because of the child prodigy and the dead world blood bead that so many deity emperors have appeared. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to meet these emperors of the gods. Mo Xiaolang's eyes swept across and quickly discovered that there was a deity leading this group of people. It was just like how the devil was accompanied by 4 goddess empresses. However, it was not just the goddess empresses who were following that deity. There were a total of 7 of them, and they were all different in appearance. However, it was undeniable that their strength was no weaker than that of Sword Venerable 7 Origins. After all, this was the divine emperor of the great pure heaven. As soon as the 6 divine emperors saw Mo Xiaolang, they immediately surrounded him from all directions of the cloud peak and stared at Mo Xiaolang. They suppressed Mo Xiaolang with their majestic divine emperor's might. Mo Xiaolang was completely suppressed. Which god king are you? Hurry up and hand over the child prodigy to us. We will reward you handsomely. We are the god kings of the Golden Imperial Palace. This is the son of Emperor Changsheng, war god Ji Du, one of the divine emperors said in a deep voice. First, they surrounded Mo Xiaolang so that he had nowhere to run. Their methods were indeed very reliable. Mo Xiaolang didn't know what the Golden Imperial Palace was. It sounded like a faction, and he didn't know who Emperor Changsheng was. It sounded like an expert, but the so-called war god Ji Du was actually the leader of these god emperors. He was standing right in front of Mo Xiaolang. This was a man dressed in dark green armor. He had black hair and green eyes. His entire body was filled with battle intent that surpassed Xing Wuji. One look and you could tell that he was a genius cultivator of the battle Dao. His green cloak fluttered in the wind, and on it were the words, Changsheng. It was mighty and domineering. This man was decisive and resolute. Mo Xiaolang was just a god king, so he naturally couldn't attract his attention. His eyes fell on the struggling child prodigy, and he said, "That's right, it's the child prodigy." He stretched out a hand, waiting for Mo Xiaolang to throw the child prodigy to him. At the same time, he ordered, "Jing Rong, reward this person with a order-level primordial immortal essence." While that god king was still preparing, Mo Xiaolang picked up the child prodigy and imprisoned him in his arms. With 2 ancestral fires shackling him, the child prodigy struggled but couldn't escape. He could only cry and make a fuss, "Why do you want to kill me? You're all bad people. Big brother, you're a bad person too." War god Ji Du, the son of Changsheng Emperor, was startled. This was because Mo Xiaolang didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at him calmly. Such an action was beyond everyone's expectations. This person looks unfamiliar. Maybe he just came to Tai Ching Sky and doesn't know your name. Young Master Ji Do, never mind. Since he refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit, I'll let him have a taste of the forfeit. Among the 6 god kings, there was a skinny, bald god king with skin as black as ink and eyes that were purple. Just as he was about to make a move, war god Ji Do, the so-called young Master Ji Do, waved his hand and said, "I'll do it myself." From his tone, he sounded very helpless. He didn't expect that a mere god king would dare to fight against him. It would be shameful if word of this got out. Swish. At that moment, his aquamarine eyes lit up. A green rope appeared out of thin air on his left arm. The green rope contained an incomparably majestic life aura. It was incomparably tough, vaguely resembling a snake. The oily green color gave Mo Xiaolang a dangerous feeling. Although it was a simple green rope, it was a primordial chaos divine weapon. Even among the primordial chaos divine weapons, there were good and bad ones. For example, the divine fate talisman of the devil was ordinary, but this green rope was obviously superior. Longevity grass, go, young Master Ji Do said indifferently. Young Master Ji Do said indifferently. The longevity grass in his hand instantly erupted with many hallucinatory laws. This young Master Ji Do was a divine emperor in the perfection realm. Mo Xiaolang was still unable to resist it. In the blink of an eye, the longevity grass wrapped around him. The child prodigy was also trapped by the longevity grass. Immediately afterward, the longevity grass erupted with a terrifying force and directly sank deep into Mo Xiaolang's body. Countless spikes even extended out and pierced into his flesh. That instant of pain was simply indescribable. Mo Xiaolang's face turned pale. This fool doesn't even know the pain of the longevity grass. How dare he go against us? The surrounding 6 god kings roared with laughter. Indeed, the pain was too exaggerated. Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough to leave a deep impression on Mo Xiaolang for a long time. However, all of a sudden, young Master Ji Do kept the longevity grass. His face turned incomparably cold, and he instantly released his battle intent, causing Mo Xiaolang to take a few steps back. He said in a deep voice, "Snatch the child prodigy and restrain him. I'll deal with the Qi Mei and Wang Liang." By the time he finished speaking, he had already rushed out of the cloud peak. While the other god kings were still in a daze, the dense demonic qi dyed the entire sky black. The demonic qi surged and the blood qi filled the sky. The descent of the evil aura and the creepy laughter undoubtedly reminded them of the 2 most terrifying experts in the vicinity. Qi Mei and Wang Liang. Indeed, in the core of the demonic qi, 2 hideous 2-headed demon emperors appeared. Quick, attack. The 6 god kings knew that young Master Ji Do was going to block the Qi Mei and Wang Liang. 6 primordial god emperors naturally had no problem dealing with a god king. Therefore, they immediately attacked. But in fact, the battle above was even faster and fiercer. I was wondering who it was. So it's young Master Ji Do of the Golden Imperial Palace. Oh, that's not right, it's war god Ji Do. The last time I saw you, you were only a primordial realm deity emperor, but now you're already a perfected realm deity emperor. What a peerless talent. The Golden Imperial Palace is indeed worthy of being the 2nd major faction after the Supreme Purity Heavenly Palace. The 2 demon emperors descended while laughing. The 2 of you should know when to retreat. This death world blood bead is ours. Even if the 2 of you snatch it, you won't be able to protect it. If you anger my father, the 2 of you naturally know what the consequences will be. Young Master Ji Do's left hand was wrapped with the longevity grass. At this time, he clenched his right hand, and a domineering primordial chaos-grade destinable divine weapon appeared. It was a silver trident. It was very domineering, and its battle aura was monstrous. It was very compatible with war god Ji Do's aura. After holding the trident, young Master Ji Do's aura suddenly changed. At this moment, he had the temperament of a war god. Celestial Trident and Longevity Grass. Two primordial chaos-grade destinable divine weapons, but you can control them freely. How enviable. Chi Mei was not afraid even in the face of war god Ji Du. Demonic Chi descended, and the two demon emperors directly attacked war god Ji Du. At this moment, the battle between Mo Xiaolang and the six god emperors began. To be honest, the pain from being stabbed by the longevity grass had lasted until now. It would affect the battle to a great extent. Swoosh. At the moment of the confrontation, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with the power of time. Instantly, several sword chi burst out. The six god emperors were about to besiege him when they suddenly encountered a great crisis. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying sword of time stabbed in front of them. Pft, pft, pft. Blood splattered. The six god emperors screamed and retreated. Each of them lost an arm and fell into the endless sea of clouds. They were naturally horrified. Only now did they see a black-haired, red-robed young man appear in front of Mo Xiaolang. He was holding a bloody sword in one hand. It was this young man who injured them just now. Who dares to attack the people of my golden imperial palace? The six god emperors had just faced the crisis of death, and they were in a state of extreme shock. Long Chen didn't bother to listen to them. Instead, he directly pressed down on the child prodigy. He opened up a space in his divine kingdom and threw the child prodigy inside. Then, he burned Mo Xiaolang's body with the fire of life. The power of the longevity grass still remained in Mo Xiaolang's body, causing him to still feel that shocking pain. It was simply a nightmare. However, with the help of the flame of life, the pain quickly disappeared. How is it? What a strange law. The pain is terrifying. Long Chen raised his head. Young Master Ji Du was about to fight with Chi Mei and Wang Liang, but he didn't expect Long Chen to appear. This time, their battle had to stop because the child prodigy had fallen into Long Chen's hands. Chapter 29-22. This young Master Ketu held the longevity grass in his left hand and the celestial trident in his right. He looked very domineering. It was not convenient for Mo Xiaolang to participate in a battle of this level, so Long Chen let him rest in the divine kingdom. Although he had obtained the child prodigy, he had to return the favor when his brother was bullied. Hence, he was not in a hurry to leave. It's you. The two demon emperors were stunned. When they were in Sacred Firmament Cloud City, they had even given Long Chen gifts. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had appeared in front of them. Not only did he snatch the child prodigy away, but he had also defeated 6 primordial realm god emperors. We've been tricked. He followed us here. Damn it. The 4 heads started talking at the same time. Now that the child prodigy was with Long Chen naturally became the target of everyone. Of course, war god Ketu and the Chi, Mei, and Wang Liang were still on guard against each other. Who are you? This death world blood bead is something that my father, the eternal emperor, values. I hope you can give me some face. My golden imperial palace will reward you handsomely. It seemed that young Master Ketu was very confident in his background. Long Chen smiled. He waved his hand and said, I'm sorry, this is also very important to me. However, the 2 of you can fight. Whoever wins can come and snatch it from me. The 6 god emperors were still fearful and did not dare to step forward. War god Ketu was also infuriated by Long Chen, but the one who could not control his anger was the Chi, Mei, and Wang Liang. Wang Liang, you guys stop young Master Ketu. I'll go and snatch the child prodigy. They were confident and understood that snatching the death world blood bead had to be done quickly. Otherwise, it would be more difficult if there were more people. They had 2 perfected realm god emperors on their side, so they were the most confident. With 1 perfected realm god emperor blocking war god Ketu, the Chi, without saying a word, swept up a monstrous demonic aura and attacked Long Chen. It was another battle between perfected deity emperors. Long Chen sneered. Although his opponent might be stronger than Dong Hua the Great Emperor, his improvement was already heaven-defying. At this moment, he held the god-slaying sword with both hands. The power of time revolved around him, and his eyes suddenly turned pure white. Destiny, heavenly pupil, heart eye of desire. Suppress and control. The Qi Mei was about to erupt with power. His hands grasped two worlds, one of which was hell. On his left hand, a world turned into a streak of gray lightning that possessed tyrannical power. It tore apart heaven and earth, breaking apart the endless clouds. This was the Qi Mei's most terrifying natural law, an exceptional killing move. Rebirth tribulation. On his other hand, the hell world condensed, transforming into a viper that coiled around his arm. The viper had jade-green eyes, and it flicked its forked tongue as it stared at Long Chen. It was a soul-stirring sight that would cause one's hair to stand on end. Spirit attraction. With the rebirth tribulation in his left hand and the spirit attraction in his right, the dual natural laws attacked. When Qi Mei saw that Long Chen had defeated 6 deity emperors, he knew that his true cultivation was definitely above the primordial deity emperor level. In order to quickly obtain the Death World blood bead, he decided to kill him. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not understanding the situation. He sneered in his heart. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he encountered the suppression of Long Chen's heavenly eye of destiny. The offensive power of his hands immediately decreased. At the same time, the eye of desire directly attacked his soul, shocking Qi Mei. When he came to his senses, the rebirth tribulation in his left hand was actually attacking the spirit attraction in his right hand. He was so close to destroying his left and right hands. What terrifying natural laws! While Qi Mei was astonished, he did not expect that it was just a side dish for Long Chen. At this moment, what Long Chen was offering was the real feast. He held the god-slaying sword with both hands and attacked with one strike. Sword of Time. The Sword of Time had always been fast, ruthless, and accurate. An illusory shadow. It disappeared instantly. A resplendent sword light flashed across the sky. Pfft! The Sword of Time pierced through and penetrated Qi Mei's lower abdomen. The domineering destructive power of time collided within his body. Blood splashed everywhere, and a large area of the world tree collapsed. If Qi Mei had not blocked at the last moment, Long Chen would have pierced through his natural laws. Even if it was just one strike, he was only one step away from death. You. At this moment, Wang Liang had only blocked war god Qidu. He had not really started fighting with him, but the result of Long Chen's battle was already out. When everyone saw with their own eyes that Long Chen only needed one strike to pierce through Qi Mei, causing him to twitch on his sword and dissipate his demonic power. Qi Mei. Wang Liang was so shocked that his face turned pale. He hurriedly came down. At this moment, Qi Mei broke free from Long Chen's god-slaying sword and flew backward, saving his life. The two demon emperors protected each other and looked at Long Chen with incomparable horror. The natural laws of fate and time were extremely mysterious. Due to the mysteriousness of the natural laws, Long Chen had achieved the effect of killing Qi Mei in an instant. This person is so strong. He has hidden his strength too deeply. If this goes on, we will definitely die. Let's do it. In shock, Qi Mei and Wang Liang looked at each other. How could it be so simple? At this moment, the two demon emperors actually held each other's palms. They spun rapidly, and their bodies actually fused together. When the demonic mist dissipated, everyone saw a demon emperor with 4 heads. On his broad shoulders, there were a total of 4 heads. This scene was truly strange to the extreme. Even Long Chen himself was stunned. He didn't expect these two to be able to display the natural laws that were so similar to the heavenly fusion divine technique. In fact, this was not the natural laws, but the child prodigy of their race and bloodline. Only this could cause such a result. Even if others comprehended it, they would not be able to achieve the same effect. Of course, after the fusion, their combat power fused together and rapidly increased. Seeing this scene, war god Ketu squinted his eyes and directly retreated, leaving the battlefield with his gods. He knew that the only person the Qi Mei and Wang Liang wanted to deal with now was Long Chen. You are very strong. Such a strong person is worthy of us using such a method to deal with you. The dead world blood pearl is ours. You can't imagine the ability of us brothers. One body, 4 heads, it was as if 4 people were talking. It was really unknown who among the 4 was controlling the body. Kill. This was an extremely urgent matter. Encountering the fusion of the Qi Mei and Wang Liang, this kid will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Let them fight, and I will be the fisherman to reap the benefits. Young Master Ketu smiled faintly. He watched the battle from outside the battlefield, but in fact, he was in a dilemma. He always felt that there were few perfection realm deity emperors who could be his opponent. He didn't expect Long Chen's strength to be so strange. Who is this person? At this moment, the Qi Mei and Wang Liang made their move. It was the same sort of reincarnation and ghost attraction, but their power was at least 3 times stronger. The effect of their combination was similar to the heavenly fusion divine technique. Needless to say, these 2 were also quite difficult to deal with. They dared to fight against war god Ketu. It could be seen that if it was the devil, he would definitely not dare to fight against war god Ketu. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Long Chen, on the other hand, was extremely relaxed. His heaven-defying destiny-changing rule was specially designed to deal with such strange means. When the other party attacked, he just struck out a heaven-defying destiny-changing rule. When the Qi Mei and Wang Liang came into contact with the heaven-defying destiny-changing rule, it actually shattered in front of Long Chen. Whoosh! The condensed power also completely dissipated. Everyone was stunned because what appeared in front of them were actually 4 people. Each of them only had 1 head, and their strength had regressed to the primordial God-Emperor realm. Ah! They had become Qi, Mei, Wu, and Wang respectively. They looked at each other in shock. It seems that this is the true appearance of the 4 of you. Long Chen had unintentionally uncovered such a secret. Even he was a little depressed. In the Grand Pure One Heaven, everyone thought that the Qi Mei and Wang Liang were 2 perfected devil emperors. They never expected that they were actually 4 primordial devil emperors. This was the magic of the myriad worlds. The Qi Mei and Wang Liang realized that Long Chen had a rule that made them scatter. He was simply their natural enemy. Originally, they thought that they could suppress Long Chen. Now, the 4 primordial god emperors couldn't even block 1 sword from Long Chen. They encountered the most terrifying panic in their history. Hence, the 4 of them looked at each other and hurriedly turned to flee. They didn't even think about the child prodigy and the death world blood bead. From now on, if they encountered Long Chen, they would probably flee in fear. After a while, they were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 29-23. Above the endless sea of clouds, it was like a fairyland. On a peak of the clouds, war god Ketu held the Tiandu trident with a murderous aura in one hand. His left hand was wrapped with the longevity grass. His dark green divine armor shone brightly, and his eyes were filled with boundless vitality. Different battle rules from Xingtian war god's star, but it's still very powerful. Moreover, this guy has the longevity rule similar to the life rule. He's indeed not simple. He has 2 divine emperor experts as his parents. He indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant in Tai Ching heaven. However, this is not a reason to scare me. This battle had already begun when the 2 pairs of eyes met. Get out of the way, don't disturb my battle. War god Ketu scolded the 6 divine emperors beside him indifferently. The 6 divine emperors got out of the way, but Long Chen saw their movements. They should be informing the so-called longevity great emperor and Yuehua great emperor. It seems that I have to end this battle quickly. War god Kidu was one of the best divine emperors in the perfection realm. At the same time, he was also the opponent that Long Chen was more eager to fight, especially with the Tiandu trident. The creation spirit seemed to be a snow-white eagle that looked down on the world. It looked very dazzling. Buzz. War god Kidu snorted coldly, and his divine power erupted. The divine power cultivated by the boundless divine technique of mixed element has a violent fighting nature, and it also has a majestic life force. It seems like the opponent is also good at prolonged battles. Battle rules. He held the Tiandu trident with one hand and infused all his strength into the Tiandu trident. He changed his figure in the vast clouds, as if he had completely merged with the clouds. His movements could not be seen clearly, but the sense of fatal danger still descended. As expected of the divine emperor of the Tai Ching heaven, he made good use of the environment. The endless clouds had almost become war god Ji Du's weapon. But no matter what, his brother was despised, and he had to get back at him. This time, it was fortunate that Long Chen arrived in time. Otherwise, Mo Shaolang would be in big trouble. At least the longevity grass would make him feel extreme pain. At this moment, war god Kidu made 3 consecutive attacks. Broken cloud. Pierced cloud. Total annihilation. It was as if he had split into 3 clones, and the Tiandu trident attacked from 3 different directions. Whether it was his gaze or his divine might, they brought about great pressure. 3 gigantic figures of the Kidu war god appeared in the endless clouds. Before them, Long Chen seemed incomparably small. At this moment, 3 moves of the battle law broke through the clouds, and each move was more vicious than the last. They descended on Long Chen's head. Under my trident, millions of souls have died, and you are just one of them. War god Kidu's voice shook the surrounding area. Seeing that Long Chen was about to be buried under this trident, the 6 god kings couldn't help but feel excited. It seemed that although Long Chen could suppress the evil spirits, and evil spirits, he was still stronger than war god Kidu. However, in the next moment, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword with both hands, and the power of time once again condensed on this ferocious sword. Endless time surged and condensed into a sword. Compared to war god Kidu's majestic sword, Long Chen's sword seemed very small, but that was not the case. He just roared and swept the god-slaying sword horizontally. Pop time condensed into sword chi, fierce and violent. Mixed divine power erupted, and the 3 figures of war god Kidu were directly cut in half. The sword light flew for a long time, and before it dissipated, a cry could be heard. The broken figures condensed into war god Kidu's appearance. His hands that were holding the Tiandu trident were still trembling, and his face was pale. He looked at Long Chen with incomparable horror. Most importantly, there was a deep sword wound on his waist. That sword strike had almost cut him in half. Now, only a small part of his body was still connected to his body. Green blood was gushing out of the wound, causing the 6 god emperors to turn pale with fright. One strike, it was still one move to defeat war god Kidu. But, war god Kidu smiled. He naturally knew that this was a failure, but he said, I admit that you are strong, but don't think that you can defeat me like this. The people of my golden imperial palace are born to be immortal war gods. As soon as he said this, war god Kidu's body shone with green light, especially on the wound on his lower abdomen. It was hard to imagine that such a divine body could recover so quickly. It was almost the same as Long Chen's fire of life. In that instant, the wound seemed to have recovered, and war god Kidu's face also became ruddy. My golden imperial palace, with the rule of immortality, runs amok in the Tai Ching heaven. You can only be surprised. War god Kidu was most satisfied with his rule of immortality. It's time to end this. In fact, because of this rule of immortality, he was also called the immortal war god. Fighting with him was simply a nightmare. It was also because of this that war god Kidu always had great confidence in himself. When he was completely healed by the rule of immortality, he didn't give Long Chen the slightest chance. This time, he used two kinds of creation divine weapons at the same time. Of course, this time, it was the longevity grass that he used first. The green rope turned into a sky full of shadows, entangling. This kind of creation divine weapon was the most difficult to dodge, and Long Chen indeed couldn't dodge it. Just like Imo Xiaolang, he couldn't avoid the longevity grass. When the primordial longevity grass entangled him, he finally experienced the pain that Imo Xiaolang had endured before. This feeling was too exciting. However, War God Kidu's attack was far more than that. When the longevity grass succeeded, he laughed 3 times. On one hand, he controlled the longevity grass and stimulated its strongest state. On the other hand, he held the Tiandu trident with both hands. At that moment, a thick divine power poured out of War God Kidu's body and directly rushed into the Tiandu trident. He used the longevity grass to bind the opponent, bringing extreme pain to the opponent, and then giving the opponent a fatal move. This was his usual fighting style. The combination of these two creation divine weapons had reached the limit of War God Kidu. Even an unparalleled heavenly god would probably fall in the face of such an attack. Tiandu Fiend God / War God Kidu shouted. He waved the Tiandu trident with both hands and imbued all his power into it. The silver Tiandu trident erupted with an incomparably bright silver light, piercing through the layers of clouds. War God Kidu soared into the sky, reaching the endless sky, and finally landed in a shocking manner. 1 / At that moment, the sky of the eternal world was torn open, and the Tiandu Fiend God / instantly descended in front of Long Chen. Logically speaking, Long Chen should have lost all his power at this time, and he would have been killed by War God Kidu in the pain brought by the longevity grass. Therefore, at this moment, War God Kidu was very excited. Kill. He must get back the dead world blood bead. He was most confident in the longevity grass. Under the longevity grass, no one could bear the pain. But at this time, he felt that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The flame that was born on Long Chen's body, that green flame, what is that? Longevity law, how can you have the longevity law? He saw with his own eyes that Long Chen ignored the attack of the longevity grass, and his body was unscathed. The green flame had a majestic aura of life. Wherever it went, the tiny wounds caused by the longevity grass on Long Chen's body would recover instantly. It was even faster than his longevity law. Logically speaking, Long Chen's divine body would not be weaker than his. The stronger the divine body, the harder it was to recover. Being able to reach the God Emperor realm and still be able to do this, War God Kidu only knew the longevity law. But at this moment, the truth was in front of him. Long Chen knew the longevity law. Wrong, the life law and the longevity law were not the same. The life law covered a much wider area than the longevity law, and it was even more mysterious and magical than the longevity law. At this moment, Long Chen smiled coldly at him, making War God Kidu's hair stand on end. Then, War God Kidu saw Long Chen use his hand to tear the control of the longevity grass. The longevity grass was in Long Chen's hand, and War God Kidu couldn't dodge it for a while. In fact, Long Chen was using the power of the life law to fight against the opponent. Die. The defeat of the longevity grass made War God Kidu feel despair. He pinned all his hopes on the Heaven Fiend God Chop. At this moment, he shouted and slashed down angrily. Long Chen was still calm. Just as the Heaven Fiend God Chop was about to descend, his demon-subduing pagoda finally moved. From bottom to top, it blocked the Heaven Fiend God Chop. This way, War God Kidu could clearly see the extermination dragon seal. 2 words that he didn't recognize. The bodies of the 8 divine dragons were ancient and terrifying. Battle God Kidu's celestial trident slashed down on the demon-subduing pagoda. The powerful force sent the demon-subduing pagoda flying and disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, Long Chen was unscathed. His fire of life burned fiercely, enveloping his entire body. But War God Kidu wasn't so lucky. Even if he could block part of the damage from the extermination dragon seal, he couldn't block all of it. At that moment, the extermination dragon's seal passed through the demon's subduing pagoda and deeply imprinted on his spirit, causing him to feel as if he was struck by lightning. He instantly lost his senses and floated in the air. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the sky. You lost. Long Chen held the longevity grass tightly. He liked this thing very much. If he used it well, it could have a strong effect. He was reluctant to return it to War God Kidu. The outcome was clear. War God Kidu lost miserably. The 6 god emperors watching the battle were simply stunned. When they saw War God Kidu lose his consciousness, they completely panicked. Not only did they not get the Death World blood bead, but they also caused War God Kidu to be seriously injured. They didn't dare to approach Long Chen and could only stare blankly at this scene. Long Chen was very straightforward. Now, he had taken revenge for Mo Xiaolang. War God Kidu lost his consciousness because of the extermination dragon seal. This was just right. The Death World blood bead caused a huge commotion. I have to leave quickly. Thinking of this, Long Chen was about to leave. He glanced at the longevity grass in his hand. The longevity grass was still struggling in his hand. After thinking carefully, he suddenly smiled and said, "Well, this is my reward for defeating you. If you want to take it back, you have to find me first." Of course, he knew that War God Kidu couldn't hear this. However, the 6 god emperors would pass it on to him. You can't take the longevity grass. That is the treasure of my golden imperial palace. A god emperor was about to cry. Long Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him. He directly moved forward and soon disappeared in front of them. The 6 god emperors wanted to cry but had no tears. They quickly reported to Great Emperor Changsheng. As for Long Chen, he had to find a place to take out the Death World blood bead. That way, he would be qualified to enter the Death World. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.